Picture this. It's 1945. The world is staggering out of World War II, and in a dimly lit chamber beneath Vatican City, a secret meeting unfolds. A pope, cloaked in white, stands beside a US intelligence officer, their eyes fixed on a strange metallic object rumored to be the wreckage of an extraterrestrial craft, recovered from a crash in Italy's Magenta region. The Vatican, the spiritual center of 1 billion souls, holding proof of life beyond Earth? It sounds like a Hollywood thriller, but what if it's true? Why would the Church, built on divine revelation, hide evidence of the cosmos? And what else lies buried in their 85 kilometers of secret archives, locked away from the world? Welcome to Mystery History for Sleep. I'm Mr. H, your guide into the shadows of history, where secrets lurk and truths beg to be uncovered. Tonight, we're embarking on a 3-hour journey deep into the heart of the Vatican, a place where faith, power, and mystery collide in ways that might just change how you see the world. For centuries, the Vatican has been more than a religious beacon. It's been a fortress of secrets, guarding documents, relics, and truths that could shake the foundations of history. From whispers of a staged crucifixion that could rewrite Christianity to ancient texts of black magic, from lost treasures of Jerusalem to coded letters plotting wars, the Vatican holds keys to mysteries we've only begun to unravel. Are they protecting humanity from dangerous knowledge, or preserving their own power? Tonight, we'll dive into these questions, peeling back layers of history to reveal stories that are equal parts thrilling and unsettling. This isn't just a podcast, it's a journey into the unknown, perfect for unwinding as you drift towards sleep, letting your mind wander through the Vatican's hidden corridors. So, settle in, dim the lights, and let's challenge everything you thought you knew. Could the Vatican know about aliens? Did they hide a female pope? Are they guarding the bloodline of Jesus himself? Each secret we uncover will spark new questions, urging you to think critically about faith, history, and truth. Stay with me, and let's discover what lies behind those ancient walls. Ready? Let's begin. We're diving straight into the heart of one of the most explosive secrets ever whispered about the Vatican, a theory so bold, so shocking, it could unravel the very foundation of Christianity. Picture Jerusalem, 33 AD. The air is heavy with dust and despair. Jesus Christ hangs on a cross, the weight of the world on his shoulders, betrayed by Judas, condemned by Pontius Pilate. The story we all know says he died, rose again, and ascended to heaven. But what if that's not the whole truth? What if Jesus didn't die on that cross? What if, hidden deep within the Vatican's secret archives, there's a document claiming the crucifixion was a carefully staged conspiracy, a ruse to save Jesus' life? Tonight, in this 10-minute journey, we're peeling back the layers of this mind-bending theory, blending history, theology, and a touch of scandal to spark your curiosity, and maybe keep you up just a little longer before you drift into sleep. So, settle in, let your mind wander, and let's explore a secret that could change everything. The idea that Jesus didn't die on the cross isn't new, but it's one of the most controversial theories in religious history. Known as the swoon hypothesis, or part of the broader Christ myth theory, it suggests that Jesus survived the crucifixion, either through a deliberate plan or sheer resilience, and that his resurrection was not a divine miracle, but a human recovery. The story goes like this. Pontius Pilate, the Roman governor who sentenced Jesus, was conflicted. Historical accounts, like those in the Gospel of Matthew, describe Pilate as reluctant, washing his hands of the decision, pressured by a mob and Jewish leaders. What if Pilate, torn between duty and doubt, struck a secret deal with Jesus' followers? The Gospels mention a sponge soaked in vinegar, in some translations, a bitter drug offered to Jesus on the cross. Could this have been a powerful anesthetic, something like mandrake or opium, known in the ancient world, that plunged Jesus into a deep coma, mimicking death, taken down after just a few hours? Unusually quick for a crucifixion, which could last days? Jesus was laid in a tomb, tended by his disciples, and revived. 3 days later, he appeared, not as a resurrected deity, but as a man who cheated death. This theory hinges on a few tantalizing details from the Gospels themselves. Crucifixion was a brutal, slow punishment, yet Jesus was declared dead after only 6 hours, according to Mark 15:44, surprising even Pilate. Typically, Roman soldiers broke the legs of victims to hasten death by asphyxiation, but John 19:33 says Jesus' legs were spared. Then there's the mysterious figure of Joseph of Arimathea, a wealthy disciple who secured Jesus' body and placed it in a private tomb-perfect setting for a discreet recovery. Add to that the Gospel accounts of Jesus appearing post-resurrection, eating, speaking, and even bearing wounds, as in John 20:27, which some argue suggests a living physical body, not a spectral one. Could these be clues to a cover-up, orchestrated to protect Jesus from Roman and Jewish authorities? Now, let's bring the Vatican into this. The theory claims that somewhere in their 85 kilometers of secret archives lies a document, perhaps a letter, a confession, or an early Christian text that reveals this truth. Why hide it? Imagine the chaos if Christianity's central miracle was exposed as a human act. The Vatican, as the guardian of Catholic doctrine, would have every reason to keep such a text under lock and key. The archives, accessible only to a handful of scholars under strict conditions, are said to house texts deemed too dangerous for public view, from heretical gospels to sensitive papal correspondence. Could one of these be the smoking gun that rewrites the crucifixion? Scholars like Earl Doherty, in his book The Jesus Puzzle, fuel this fire by arguing Jesus may not have been a historical figure at all, but a myth built on archetypes from Egyptian and Greek traditions. Think Horus or Mithras, with their virgin births and resurrections. Doherty points out the lack of contemporary non-Christian records about Jesus. Roman historians like Tacitus and Josephus mention him, but their accounts come decades later, and some, like the Testimonium Flavianum, are suspected of later Christian tampering. If Jesus was a construct, or if his death was staged, the Vatican's silence could be protecting not just faith, but the very institution built on it. Let's pause and think critically. If this conspiracy is true, what does it mean? A staged crucifixion would make Jesus a revolutionary leader, not a divine savior, shifting Christianity from a divine mystery to a human drama. It would explain why early Christian communities were so secretive, meeting in catacombs, guarding their truths. But the counter-argument is strong. The Gospels, written within a century of Jesus' life, are consistent in their core narrative, backed by oral traditions. Early Christians faced persecution. Why die for a lie? And the Vatican's archives, while secretive, have released texts like the Chinon parchment, showing they don't always hide the truth. Still, the absence of definitive proof either way keeps this mystery alive. The Vatican's role in this theory isn't just about hiding documents, it's about controlling narrative. In the 4th century, Emperor Constantine and the Council of Nicaea standardized Christian doctrine, sidelining texts like the Gnostic Gospels, found in Nag Hammadi in 1945, which offer alternative views of Jesus. Could similar texts, buried in Vatican vaults, tell a different story of the crucifixion? The Church has a history of suppressing dissent. Think of the Inquisition, or the banned books of the Index Librorum Prohibitorum. A document suggesting Jesus survived would be the ultimate threat, challenging the resurrection's divine power and the Church's authority. As you lie there, letting these ideas sink in, imagine the weight of such a secret. Picture a dusty scroll, hidden in a steel-lined vault, guarded by centuries of silence. What would it mean for faith, for history, if Jesus walked away from that cross? The Vatican's refusal to open its archives fully only deepens the intrigue. Are they protecting a sacred truth, or a dangerous lie? This mystery, like a dream, invites you to question everything faith, power, and the stories we hold dear. So, as you drift towards sleep, let this question linger. If the Vatican holds the truth about Jesus' fate, why keep it hidden? Is it to preserve faith, or to protect power? We'll explore more Vatican secrets tonight, from UFOs to lost treasures, each one pushing you to think deeper. For now, close your eyes, let the mystery of the crucifixion wrap around you, and ask yourself, what's the real story? Stay with me, and let's keep unraveling the unknown. Picture this. It's the late 1930s, and a strange metallic object crashes in the Magenta region of northern Italy, under the watchful eye of Mussolini's regime. Whispers spread of something not of this world, a UFO, hidden away by none other than the Vatican. Fast forward to 2023, when a former US intelligence officer named David Grush drops a bombshell. The Vatican not only knew about this extraterrestrial wreckage but helped transfer it to the United States after World War II. Could the spiritual heart of Catholicism be guarding secrets from the stars? As you settle in, let's unravel this cosmic enigma, blending hard facts with tantalizing speculation to keep you wondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to question whether we're alone in the universe? Let's dive in. The story begins in the chaos of pre-war Italy, 1933, in the quiet fields near Magenta, a small town outside Milan. According to Grush, a former Air Force officer who worked on the US government's Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force, a mysterious object fell from the sky, something that defied the technology of the time. Mussolini, Italy's fascist dictator, allegedly ordered the site sealed off, the wreckage secured, and all traces buried under a veil of secrecy. This wasn't just a military operation. It involved the Vatican, an institution with a long history of collecting and concealing knowledge deemed too sensitive for the world. Grush claims that after the war, Pope Pius XII, known for his diplomatic maneuvering during the conflict, quietly informed US authorities about the object. Under top-secret conditions, the wreckage was whisked away to America, possibly to Area 51 or another classified facility, for study. What was it? A weather balloon? A Soviet prototype? Or something truly alien? The Vatican has never confirmed Grush's claims, and no physical evidence has surfaced. But the silence from the Holy See only fuels the fire of speculation. Why would the Vatican be involved in something as outlandish as a UFO cover-up? To answer that, we need to look at their surprising role in astronomy. The Vatican Observatory, established in 1891 by Pope Leo XIII, is one of the oldest astronomical institutions in the world. Its roots stretch back to the 16th century, when the Church sponsored scientists to reform the Julian calendar by studying the stars. Today, the observatory operates from Castel Gandolfo in Italy and a cutting-edge research center in Arizona, staffed by Jesuit priests who are also world-class astronomers. Figures like Father George Coyne and Father Guy Consolmagno have spent decades studying meteorites, galaxies, and even the possibility of extraterrestrial life. In 2008, Father Jose Gabriel Funes, then director of the observatory, made headlines by saying aliens could be considered brothers in faith, suggesting the Church is open to life beyond Earth. The Vatican regularly hosts conferences with NASA and the European Space Agency, discussing astrobiology and cosmic origins. So, it's not far-fetched to imagine them encountering or even documenting unexplained phenomena in the skies. Grush's claims, made during a 2023 congressional hearing, add a layer of intrigue. He alleges he accessed classified documents and spoke with insiders who confirmed the Vatican's role in the Magenta incident. For security reasons, he couldn't reveal names or specifics, which leaves us with more questions than answers. Was the object a craft with non-human technology? Did the Vatican study it before passing it on? And why would they get involved? One theory is that the Church, as a global institution, saw the object as a theological challenge. If aliens exist, what does that mean for the doctrine of creation, where humans are made in God's image? Keeping such a discovery secret could prevent a crisis of faith among billions of Catholics. Another possibility is geopolitical. In the 1940s, with the Cold War looming, the Vatican's neutrality made it a trusted intermediary to share sensitive information with the US, avoiding Soviet detection. Let's think critically for a moment. Grush's story is compelling, but it's light on evidence. No photographs, no declassified files, just his testimony. Skeptics argue it's a modern conspiracy theory. built on the allure of UFO lore and the Vatican's secretive reputation. After all, the Church has denied any involvement, and the Magenta crash lacks corroboration from Italian or Vatican records. On the other hand, the Vatican's archives are notoriously inaccessible, with strict controls limiting access to a handful of approved scholars. If a document about the Magenta incident exists, it could be buried among millions of others, never to see daylight. The Vatican's history of withholding sensitive information like the Chinon parchment, which absolved the Knights Templar 700 years after their Falon's credence to the idea they could hide something this big. Plus, their observatory's focus on extraterrestrial life suggests they've at least considered the implications of alien contact. Now, let's widen the lens. The Vatican's interest in the cosmos isn't just academic. Since the days of Copernicus and Galileo, the Church has grappled with scientific discoveries that challenge its worldview. Galileo's trial in 1633, which we'll explore later, showed their willingness to suppress ideas that threaten doctrine. Could a UFO be the ultimate threat, a physical proof of life elsewhere that upends humanity's place in the universe? Some theorists go further, claiming the Vatican's archives hold records of unexplained sightings dating back centuries, from medieval monks reporting fiery wheels in the sky to Renaissance astronomers noting strange celestial objects. These accounts, if real, would align with modern UFO reports, suggesting the Church has long known about phenomena beyond our understanding. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a locked vault in Vatican City, its steel shelves holding dusty files about a crash from another world. Picture Jesuit priests poring over strange alloys under candlelight, debating whether to reveal the truth or bury it for the sake of faith. The Magenta crash, whether fact or fiction, forces us to ask, what does the Vatican know that we don't? If they've seen proof of extraterrestrial life, why keep it from us? Is it to protect their authority, or to shield humanity from a truth we're not ready to face? This story is just the beginning of our journey tonight. As you drift towards sleep, let the idea of cosmic secrets linger in your mind. Could the Vatican, a place of ancient rituals, be the gatekeeper to the universe's greatest mysteries? Are we alone, or is the truth hidden behind those sacred walls? Stay with me as we uncover more lost treasures, forbidden books, and secrets that challenge everything you believe. For now, close your eyes, let the stars above Vatican City fill your dreams, and ask yourself, what if they've known all along? Picture Jerusalem, 70 AD. The city is in flames. The Second Temple Judaism's holiest sanctuary crumbles under the boots of Roman soldiers led by General Titus. Among the spoils, a golden menorah, the sacred seven-branched candelabrum, is torn from its sacred place, carried through Rome's triumphant streets, and then vanishes. Fast forward 2 millennia, and whispers persist that this treasure, along with other holy relics, lies hidden in the Vatican's underground vaults, locked away from the world. Could the spiritual heart of Catholicism be guarding the most sacred artifacts of Judaism? As you settle in for this 10-minute journey, let's dive into a tale of conquest, secrecy, and a treasure that could rewrite history. Let your mind wander through ancient vaults as we ask, where is the lost treasure of the Jewish temple? Grab a blanket, dim the lights, and let's uncover the truth. The story begins in the chaos of 70 AD, when the Roman Empire crushed a Jewish rebellion in Judea. The Second Temple, built on the site of Solomon's original temple, was the spiritual and cultural center of the Jewish people. It housed priceless artifacts, the golden menorah, a symbol of divine light, the table of the showbread, the altar of incense, and possibly even remnants of the Ark of the Covenant. When Titus's legions stormed Jerusalem, they looted these treasures, as vividly depicted on the Arch of Titus in Rome. This ancient monument, still standing today, shows Roman soldiers parading the menorah and other sacred objects through cheering crowds, a public display of victory over a defeated people. Roman historian Josephus, a Jewish turncoat who witnessed the siege, describes the plunder in his work, The Jewish War, noting the menorah's immense value and spiritual significance. But after this grand parade, the trail of the treasures goes cold. Where did they go? Were they melted down, hidden, or preserved? Enter the Vatican, an institution with a knack for collecting and concealing history's most sensitive artifacts. Some researchers, like California-based Bible scholar Tom Meyer, argue that the temple treasures never left Rome. After the sack of Jerusalem, the spoils were likely stored in the Temple of Peace, a Roman monument built by Emperor Vespasian to celebrate the victory. But as the Roman Empire fell to invasions in the 5th century, these artifacts could have been seized by conquering tribes, traded, or hidden. One compelling theory points to the Vatican, which rose as a power center in the waning days of Rome. By the 4th century, under Emperor Constantine, Christianity became the empire's official religion, and the church began amassing relics and treasures. Could the menorah, a symbol of a rival faith, have been quietly absorbed into the Vatican's collection, stored in secret to avoid religious or political backlash? The Vatican's apostolic archives, stretching over 85 kilometers of shelves, are the perfect hiding place. Accessible only to a select few scholars under strict oversight, these archives hold documents and artifacts from across centuries, from papal letters to relics of saints. Their secrecy fuels speculation. If the menorah is there, why keep it hidden? One reason could be diplomatic. Returning such a sacred Jewish artifact would be a geopolitical lightning rod, raising questions about the Church's role in history's conquests. Another possibility is theological. The menorah, tied to the covenant between God and Israel, might challenge Catholic narratives about the Church as the new Israel. Keeping it locked away avoids these conflicts. Yet the Vatican has never confirmed or denied possessing the temple treasures, and their silence only deepens the mystery. Let's think critically. The Arch of Titus provides hard evidence that the menorah was taken to Rome, but beyond that, the trail relies on speculation. Some argue the treasures were lost when the Visigoths sacked Rome in 410 AD, or later taken to Carthage or Constantinople. Byzantine records mention sacred Jewish artifacts in the 5th century, but their fate after the fall of the Eastern Roman Empire is unclear. Skeptics point out that the Vatican's archives, while vast, are primarily documents, not large artifacts like a golden menorah. Excavations in Rome, like those near the Colosseum, have found no trace of such treasures. Yet the Vatican's history of guarding sensitive relics like the bones of St. Deor, Peter, or the True Cross suggest they have the means and motive to hide something as significant as the menorah. There's more to this story than just gold. The temple treasures carry immense cultural and spiritual weight. For Jews, the menorah is a symbol of resilience, lit during Hanukkah to celebrate freedom. Its loss in 70 AD was a wound that still resonates. For the Vatican, possessing such an artifact could be seen as a triumph of Christianity over Judaism, a narrative that dominated medieval theology. But in today's world, with interfaith dialogue and reparations for historical wrongs, revealing the menorah could spark demands for its return, igniting tensions between Jewish and Catholic communities. The Vatican's cautious approach to its archives, releasing only select documents like the 2001 Chinon parchment about the Knights Templar, shows they're aware of the power of historical truths. Let's widen the lens. The Vatican's history is riddled with stories of acquired relics, from the bones of saints to pieces of the True Cross. During the Crusades, Christian knights looted treasures from the Holy Land, many of which ended up in church hands. The Fourth Crusade in 1204 saw Venetian crusaders sack Constantinople, bringing back relics like those of St. Helena. Could the temple treasures have followed a similar path, collected as trophies of faith? Some historians, like Simca Jacobovici, argue that the Vatican's underground vaults, built in 1980 with fireproof, climate-controlled technology, are designed to protect more than just papers. Could a golden candelabrum, weighing over 100 pounds, be tucked away among those steel shelves? As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a hidden chamber beneath Vatican City, where the menorah's golden glow flickers in the dark. Picture scribes and popes debating its fate across centuries, weighing faith against politics. The lost treasure of the Jewish temple isn't just about gold, it's about the clash of civilizations, the weight of history, and the secrets a powerful institution might keep to maintain its authority. Why would the Vatican hide such a relic? To protect their narrative, or to avoid a reckoning with the past? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger. Could the menorah still shine somewhere in those forbidden vaults? Stay with me as we journey deeper into the Vatican's secrets next. We'll uncover a forbidden book of black magic that might just be locked away beside that treasure. For now, close your eyes, envision ancient gold hidden in shadow, and ask yourself, what else is the Vatican keeping from us? Let the mystery carry you into a restless, curious slumber. I'm Mr. H, and tonight we're stepping into a realm of shadows and forbidden knowledge, a tale so chilling it feels like it belongs in a Gothic novel. Imagine a book, its pages brittle with age, bound in dark leather, inscribed with rituals to summon demons, including the name of Lucifer himself. This is the Grand Grimoire, also known as the Red Dragon, a text so dangerous that legends say it's locked away in the Vatican's secret archives, hidden from the world to protect user, perhaps to preserve its power for a select few. As you settle in for this 8-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of this forbidden book of black magic, blending medieval lore with critical questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to peer into the abyss? Let's dive in. The Grand Grimoire is one of the most infamous occult texts in Western history, shrouded in mystery and fear. Its origins are murky. Some scholars trace it to the 15th century. Others argue it surfaced in the 18th century, possibly as a printed work in France. The book claims to draw on the wisdom of King Solomon, the biblical figure said to command spirits and possess supernatural knowledge. According to legend, the grimoire contains detailed instructions for conjuring demons, casting spells, and forging pacts with otherworldly entities. Its pages are filled with arcane symbols, incantations, and rituals that promise power over the invisible real everything, from summoning infernal beings to bending nature itself. One chilling detail stands out: a ritual to call forth Lucifer, requiring precise words and offerings to secure his favor. Is this a genuine guide to dark forces, or a sensational fabrication meant to terrify the faithful? Why would the Vatican, the epicenter of Catholic faith, possess such a heretical text? The theory is that the Church keeps the Grand Grimoire under lock and key in its apostolic archives, a vast repository spanning 85 kilometers of shelves to control dangerous knowledge. The Vatican has a long history of collecting controversial works. Think of the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, a list of banned books from the 16th to 20th centuries, or the suppression of Gnostic texts like those found at Nag Hammadi. By safeguarding the grimoire, the Church could study its contents to combat occult practices, ensuring no one else wields its alleged power. Another possibility is more unsettling. Some speculate the Vatican keeps it as a relic of spiritual warfare, a tool to understand the forces they believe threaten the soul. Yet no official record confirms the book's presence in the archives, and the Vatican's silence only amplifies the rumor's allure. Let's think critically. The Grand Grimoire's historical context offers clues. In medieval Europe, grimoires, books of magic, were common among alchemists, mystics, and even clergy. Works like the Key of Solomon or Picatrix blended astrology, alchemy, and spiritualism, often tolerated if they aligned with Christian frameworks. But the Grand Grimoire's explicit demonic focus crossed a line, earning it a reputation as heresy. Scholars like Owen Davies, in his book Grimoires, A History of Magic Books, suggest it may have been a product of 18th century publishers exploiting a craze for occult literature, possibly exaggerating its contents for profit. If so, the Vatican might hold a copy not for its power, but as a historical curiosity, seized during inquisitions or confiscated from private libraries. Still, the lack of transparency in the archives accessible only to vetted scholars under strict rules fuels speculation that something more sinister is at play. What makes this mystery so gripping is its implications. If the Grand Grimoire is real and contains workable rituals, it raises questions about the nature of reality. Could words and symbols truly summon supernatural forces? Catholic doctrine acknowledges demon exorcisms are still performed today, but dismisses such texts as dangerous delusions. Yet the Church's history of demonology, from the Malleus Maleficarum to modern exorcist training, suggests a deep fascination with the infernal. If the Vatican possesses the Grimoire, are they studying it to fight evil, or guarding it to prevent its misuse? And what if its power is real? The idea of a book that could unleash chaos is both terrifying and tantalizing, a perfect puzzle for a sleepless night. Consider the broader picture. The Vatican's archives have a track record of hiding sensitive relics. During Napoleon's occupation in 1809, thousands of documents were seized, some lost forever, hinting at the Church's vast collection of forbidden knowledge. The rediscovery of the Chinon parchment in 2001, absolving the Knights Templar after 700 years, proves they can keep secrets for centuries. Could the Grand Grimoire be among them, tucked away in a fireproof vault built in 1980? The archives restricted accessibly 60 scholars allowed at a time, with no free browsing suggests they guard more than just papal letters. Perhaps the Grimoire is there, its pages a silent testament to humanity's dance with the unknown. As you lie there, letting this mystery sink in, imagine a darkened vault in Vatican City, where a single book pulses with forbidden secrets. Picture monks in centuries past, trembling as they transcribed its words, unsure if they were damning their souls. The Grand Grimoire, whether myth or reality, forces us to confront our fascination with power and the unseen. Why would the Vatican hide such a text? To protect us from ourselves, or to wield its knowledge in secret? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a whisper in the dark. Could a book really hold the key to the infernal, and is it safe in the Vatican's hands? Stay with me as we uncover more Vatican secrets next. The heart-wrenching disappearance of a young girl tied to the Holy See. For now, close your eyes, envision that ancient tome locked away, and ask yourself, what power lies within those pages? Let the mystery guide you into a curious, shadowy slumber. Picture the 22nd of June, 1983. A 15-year-old girl named Emanuela Orlandi, daughter of a Vatican employee, heads to a music lesson in the heart of the city. She's bright, talented, and full of life, living within the sacred walls of Vatican City. But after a cryptic phone call to her sister about a strange job offer, Emanuela vanishes without a trace. 40 years later, her family still waits for answers, and whispers of mafia plots, Vatican cover-ups, and dark conspiracies swirl. As you settle in for this 8-minute journey, let's dive into the disappearance of Emanuela Orlandi, a case that blends tragedy with intrigue, urging you to question the secrets held by the world's smallest nation. Dim the lights, let your mind wander, and let's uncover the truth. Emanuela Orlandi was no ordinary teenager. As the daughter of a Vatican employee, she lived within the fortified walls of Vatican City, a place of privilege and protection. On that fateful summer day in 1983, she left home for a flute lesson at a music school in Rome. Before vanishing, she called her older sister, describing a peculiar encounter. A man had approached her with a lucrative job offer to promote a cosmetics brand. Her sister, sensing something off, urged her to decline. That was the last anyone heard from Emanuela. Her family reported her missing, and the case quickly exploded, drawing attention from Rome to the global stage. Even Pope John Paul II made a public appeal, pleading for prayers and information, a rare move that underscored the gravity of the situation. But no leads emerged, and the trail went cold, leaving a void filled with speculation. Theories about Emanuela's disappearance range from plausible to outright chilling. One early hypothesis tied her to the 1981 assassination attempt on Pope John Paul II by Turkish gunman Mehmet Ali Arka. Some speculated she was kidnapped as leverage to secure Arka's release, possibly by groups like the Grey Wolves, a Turkish nationalist organization. Yet no evidence substantiated this, and Arka's later, erratic claims about the case only muddied the waters. Another theory pointed to the Roman Mafia, specifically the Banda della Magliana, a notorious crime syndicate active in 1980s Italy. In 2006, a former mafia member claimed he recognized a voice in an anonymous call linked to Emanuela, and the ex-girlfriend of a mafia boss alleged she was held in an apartment before being handed to a priest. These stories suggested a dark intersection of organized crime and Vatican insiders. But when police exhumed the grave of mafia boss Enrico de Pedis in 2012, they found no connection to Emanuela. The Vatican itself became a focal point of suspicion. Leaked documents in the 2010 hinted that Emanuela might have been taken abroad, possibly to London, as part of a Vatican-orchestrated scheme. The Church dismissed these as forgeries, but their refusal to fully open their archives raised eyebrows. Why the secrecy? Some theorists suggest Emanuela stumbled onto sensitive information, perhaps financial scandals or internal power struggles making her a liability. The Vatican's banking scandals in the 1980s, involving the Banco Ambrosiano and the mysterious death of banker Roberto Calvi, fueled speculation of a cover-up. Could Emanuela have been silenced to protect the Church's reputation? The lack of transparency only deepened public distrust. Let's think critically. The mafia angle is compelling given Rome's criminal underworld at the time, but concrete evidence is scarce. The Vatican's involvement, while suspicious due to their proximity and secrecy, lacks a smoking gun. Investigations in 2018 and 2019, including the opening of 2 Vatican tombs, turned up nothing, not even bones. Yet the Orlandi family's persistence, led by Emanuela's brother Pietro, keeps the case alive. In 2023, a Netflix documentary reignited public interest, prompting the Vatican to reopen the investigation under a new prosecutor. Still, key documents remain inaccessible, and the Church's guarded stance suggests they may know more than they admit. The question lingers: is the Vatican protecting someone, or simply avoiding the embarrassment of an unsolved mystery within their walls? The broader context adds weight to this story. The Vatican in the 1980s was navigating turbulent times, financial scandals, Cold War politics, and internal power struggles. The Banco Ambrosiano collapse in 1982, linked to Vatican investments, exposed shady dealings that embarrassed the Church. Could Emanuela's disappearance be tied to these murky waters? The Vatican's intelligence network, dating back to the 16th century, has a history of discreet operations, as seen in their handling of other crises. Yet their failure to protect one of their own, a teenager, living in their city, raises questions about their priorities. Was Emanuela a victim of circumstance, or a pawn in a larger game? As you lie there, letting this tragedy sink in, imagine the streets of Rome in 1983, alive with music and secrets. Picture Emanuela, flute in hand, unaware of the forces that would steal her away. Her family's 40-year quest for answers is a testament to love and resilience, but also a stark reminder of the Vatican's enigmatic power. Why haven't they opened their archives fully? Are they shielding a truth too dangerous to reveal? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions wrap around you like a quiet ache. Could Emanuela's fate be tied to the Vatican's darkest corners? Stay with me as we explore more secrets from a hidden bloodline to a forbidden book of magic. For now, close your eyes, envision Emanuela's smile fading into Rome's twilight, and ask yourself, what really happened to her? We're stepping into a story that feels like it's straight out of a Dan Brown novella tale of secret societies, sacred bloodlines, and a conspiracy that could shake the foundations of Christianity. Picture medieval Jerusalem, 1099, where a shadowy group called the Priory of Sion is supposedly founded with a singular mission: to protect the descendants of Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene. Yes, you heard that right, a holy bloodline, hidden for centuries, guarded by figures like Leonardo da Vinci and Isaac Newton. But here's the twist. Most historians call it a hoax, a 20th century fabrication. Yet the legend persists, and whispers suggest the Vatican holds documents that could confirm or debunk it. As you settle in for this 8-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Priory of Sion and the bloodline of Jesus, blending sensational claims with historical scrutiny to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to question the very roots of faith? Let's dive in. The Priory of Sion burst into public consciousness in the 1980s with the book Holy Blood, Holy Grail by Michael Bagent, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln. They claimed the Priory was a secret society, established during the First Crusade, to safeguard a sacred lineage of descendants of Jesus and Mary Magdalene, who allegedly married, fled to France, and founded the Merovingian dynasty. This bloodline, they argued, was the true Holy Grail, not a cup, but a royal family tracing back to King David. The book pointed to a dossier of documents discovered in 1975 at the French National Library, listing Grand Masters like Da Vinci, Newton, and Victor Hugo. It painted a picture of a clandestine order, working in the shadows to preserve a truth the Vatican supposedly suppressed, that Jesus was a mortal man with a family, not a divine savior. Dan Brown's 2003 novel, The Da Vinci Code, selling over 80 million copies, turned this theory into a global phenomenon, suggesting the Vatican would do anything to keep it hidden. But here's where things get murky. In the 1990s, investigations revealed the Priory was a fabrication by Pierre Plantard, a Frenchman with a questionable past. Plantard admitted to forging the dossier, registering the Priory as a short-lived organization in 1956, and planting documents in libraries to lend authenticity. Scholars like Lynn Picknett, in The Templar Revelation, argue the story draws on medieval Grail legends, amplified by modern fiction. The Vatican has consistently denied any evidence of a Jesus-Mary Magdalene bloodline, citing ancient sources like Cesare Baronio's Annales Ecclesiastici, which make no mention of such a lineage. The Gospels, while portraying Mary Magdalene as a devoted follower, offer no hint of a romantic relationship with Jesus. So, is the Priory a clever scam? Or could there be a kernel of truth buried in the Vatican's archives? Let's think critically. The idea of a holy bloodline is tantalizing, but it lacks historical grounding. Early Christian texts, like the Gospel of Mary, found in 1896, show Magdalene as a key disciple, but nothing suggests a marriage. The Merovingian dynasty, ruling France from the 5th to 8th centuries, claimed divine descent, but this was likely political propaganda, not evidence of Jesus's heirs. Plantard's forgeries are riddled with inconsistencies, dates that don't align, names that don't match historical records. Yet the Vatican's secretive archives, accessible only to a select few, fuel suspicion. If no such bloodline exists, why not open the archives to disprove it? The Church's history of suppressing alternative narratives like the Gnostic Gospels or the Knights Templar's absolution suggests they might hide documents that challenge doctrine, even if only to avoid controversy. The broader context is key. In the Middle Ages, the Church wielded immense power, shaping narratives to maintain control. The Grail legend, popularized in works like Chrétien de Troyes' 12th century romances, often symbolized spiritual purity, but could have been a coded reference to a hidden truth. The Priory's alleged Grand Masters da Vinci, whose paintings like The Last Supper are scrutinized for hidden symbols, or Newton, a known esoteric thinker, add intrigue, but no records link them to such a society. The Vatican's reaction to the Da Vinci Code was swift, with official statements denouncing it as fiction, yet public fascination persisted. Why? Because the idea of a suppressed bloodline taps into a deep human desire to uncover secrets and challenge authority. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a hidden vault in Vatican City where ancient scrolls whisper of a sacred family. Picture Leonardo sketching cryptic clues, or medieval knights guarding a lineage that could upend the Church. The Priory of Sion, whether myth or reality, forces us to question the stories we've been told. If Jesus had descendants, what would that mean for Christianity? Would the Vatican hide it to preserve their power or to protect a fragile faith? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a faint echo in a cathedral. Could a bloodline still walk among us, unknown? Stay with me as we uncover more Vatican secrets next. A tale of Michelangelo's stolen letters and a modern blackmail plot. We're stepping into a tale that blends the genius of the Renaissance with a modern-day crime drama. Picture Michelangelo Buonarroti, the master sculptor and painter, hunched over a flickering candle in 1508, pouring his frustrations into a letter as he toils on the Sistine Chapel's ceiling. His words, raw and human, reveal the struggles behind one of history's greatest masterpieces. Fast forward to 1997, when two of these priceless letters vanish from the Vatican's archives, only to resurface in 2015 with a blackmailer's demand for $100,000. For nearly 2 decades, the Vatican kept this theft a secret, raising questions about what else they're hiding. As you settle in for this 8-minute journey, let's dive into the mystery of Michelangelo's stolen letters and the blackmail plot that shook the Holy See, blending art, intrigue, and deception to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to uncover a secret that spans centuries? Let's dive in. Michelangelo was no stranger to hardship. By 1508, he was already famous for sculptures like the Pietà and David, but painting wasn't his passion. When Pope Julius II commissioned him to paint the Sistine Chapel's ceiling, Michelangelo tried to refuse, suspecting rivals like Bramante had pushed the project to sabotage him. According to Giorgio Vasari, his 16th-century biographer, Michelangelo saw the task as a trap, preferring to recommend Raphael instead. But the Pope's will was ironclad, and Michelangelo had no choice. For 4 grueling years, he worked on scaffolding 13 meters high, his neck craned, his body racked with pain. In letters to his friend Giovanni da Pistoia, he described the torment, backaches, hernias, and failing eyesight that forced him to read with his head tilted back. He even had to design the scaffolding himself, mix paints, and pay assistants out of pocket, despite a promised 3,000 ducats. These letters, preserved in the Vatican's archives, are more than complaints. They're a window into the soul of a genius, revealing the human cost of divine art. Fast forward to 1997, when a shocking crime occurred in the heart of Vatican City. 2 documents, a handwritten letter by Michelangelo and another bearing his signature, were stolen from the apostolic archives. These weren't just papers. They were among the rarest artifacts of the Renaissance, each word a testament to Michelangelo's struggle and brilliance. Their value on the black market was immense, coveted by art collectors and historians alike. Yet the Vatican kept the theft under wraps for 18 years, a silence that speaks volumes about their secretive nature. It wasn't until 2015 that the world learned of the crime, when an anonymous blackmailer contacted the Vatican, demanding $100,000 to return the documents. The Church's response was resolute. They refused to negotiate with criminals, declaring that no price could justify giving in to extortion. To this day, the letters remain missing. Their whereabouts a tantalizing mystery. Let's think critically. Why did the Vatican hide the theft for nearly 2 decades? The archives, spanning 85 kilometers of shelves, are a fortress of history, guarded with fireproof vaults and strict access rules. A theft of this magnitude suggests an inside job or a major security lapse. Either way, an embarrassment for an institution that prides itself on control. By keeping it quiet, the Vatican avoided public scrutiny, but at what cost? The silence fuels speculation that other lost documents, relics, or secrets might also be concealed. The blackmail attempt itself raises questions. Who had the audacity to steal from the Vatican and then taunt them? Was it a rogue scholar with archive access, a disgruntled employee, or an organized crime ring? The $100,000 demand, modest compared to the letter's priceless value, suggests the blackmailer may have been desperate or unaware of their true worth. The broader context adds intrigue. The Vatican's archives have a history of guarding sensitive materials, from papal correspondences to heretical texts. The 2001 rediscovery of the Chinon parchment, absolving the Knights Templar after 700 years, shows they can keep secrets for centuries. Michelangelo's letters, while not doctrinal, are cultural treasures, and their loss reflects poorly on the Vatican's stewardship. The Sistine Chapel itself, unveiled in 1512, remains a symbol of the Church's patronage of art, but Michelangelo's letters reveal a darker side, the exploitation of genius under papal pressure. Could the stolen documents contain details the Vatican doesn't want public, perhaps criticisms of Julius II or insights into Renaissance politics? The Church's refusal to negotiate, while principled, means these artifacts may never resurface, lost to history like so many other secrets. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine Michelangelo's quill scratching out his pain in a candlelit room, his words destined for a vault, only to be stolen centuries later. Picture a shadowy figure slipping through the Vatican's archives, clutching papers that hold the heart of a genius. The theft and blackmail of Michelangelo's letters aren't just a crime, they're a reminder of the Vatican's enigmatic power, guarding treasures while hiding their vulnerabilities. Why keep the theft secret for so long? What else lies missing in those vaults? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like the faint echo of a Renaissance brushstroke. Could those letters hold truths too raw for the world to see? Next, a shocking murder in the heart of the Holy See. For now, close your eyes, envision Michelangelo's words lost in the shadows, and ask yourself, where are they now? We're stepping into a chilling modern mystery that unfolds within the sacred walls of Vatican City, a place where faith and power collide, but where darkness can strike without warning. Picture May 4, 1998. The heart of the Vatican, a sanctuary of peace, becomes a crime scene. Alois Estermann, the newly appointed commander of the Swiss Guard, and his wife, Gladys Meza Romero, are found dead in their apartment, alongside a young guardsman named Cedric Tournay, a bullet in his head. The Vatican calls it a tragic murder-suicide, a personal dispute gone horribly wrong. But the case was closed in days, and whispers of conspiracy tied to Vatican secrets, financial scandals, or political intrigue linger like a fog over St. Peter's Square. As you settle in for this 8-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the 1998 Vatican murders, blending cold facts with haunting questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to question what happened behind those holy walls? Let's dive in. The story begins on a quiet evening in Vatican City, the world's smallest nation, where the Swiss Guardalite protectors of the Pope stand watch in their iconic striped uniforms. Alois Estermann, a 43-year-old career officer, had just been promoted to commander of this historic force, a role steeped in centuries of loyalty and sacrifice. But within hours of his appointment, tragedy struck. Estermann, his wife Gladys, a Venezuelan-born librarian, and 23-year-old Cedric Tournay, a Swiss Guard corporal, were found dead in the commander's apartment. All three had been shot, with a 9mm pistol lying near Tournay's body. The Vatican's official report, released with startling speed, painted a grim picture. Tournay, enraged over a denied promotion or disciplinary action, murdered Estermann and his wife before turning the gun on himself. Case closed or so, they said. The investigation wrapped up in mere days, with no autopsy details released, and no external authorities involved. For an institution as meticulous as the Vatican, this haste raised red flags. What makes this case so unsettling isn't just the violence, but the questions it left unanswered. Estermann was no ordinary figure. A loyal servant of the Church, he'd been part of the Swiss Guard since 1980 and was on duty during the 1981 assassination attempt on Pope John Paul II, earning him respect and trust. Yet rumours swirled that he was more than a soldier. Some claimed he had ties to Opus Dei, a powerful and secretive Catholic organisation, or even to East German intelligence from his youth, though no evidence supports the latter. Others suggested he knew too much about Vatican finances, a murky world exposed by the 1982 Banco Ambrosiano scandal, where the Vatican's bank was linked to mafia money laundering. Could Estermann have stumbled onto sensitive information, perhaps tied to the millions flowing through the Vatican's coffers that made him a target? The official story of a disgruntled subordinate feels too neat for such a high-profile figure. Let's think critically. The Vatican's explanation hinges on Cedric Tournay's motive, a reprimand for breaking curfew or missing a medal, but Tournay's friends described him as dedicated, not volatile. His mother, Muguette Baudin, rejected the suicide narrative, claiming the bullet's entry angle didn't align with a self-inflicted wound. She also pointed to a letter Tournai allegedly wrote, blaming Esteban for professional slights, but its authenticity was questioned. The Vatican's refusal to allow Italian police to investigate, citing their sovereignty, only deepened suspicion. Why rush to close a case involving the head of the Pope's Guard? The Vatican's archives, known for holding secrets like the chin on parchment for centuries, could contain documents, memos, financial records, or internal reports that shed light on Esteban's death. Yet these remain inaccessible, fueling theories of a cover-up. The broader context adds layers of intrigue. The late 1990s were a turbulent time for the Vatican. Pope John Paul II's health was declining, and internal power struggles were intensifying. The Swiss Guard, while symbolic, are a small, tight-knit force, making an internal betrayal like Tournai's seem unlikely. Some journalists, like John Follen in his book City of Secrets, suggest the murders could be linked to Vatican politics, perhaps a faction opposed to Esteban's Opus Dei connections or his role in modernizing the Guard. Others point to the 1983 disappearance of Emanuela Orlandi, which we'll explore later, as evidence of the Vatican's willingness to bury scandals. If Esteban knew something sensitive, say about financial irregularities or a hidden power struggle, his death might have been a convenient way to silence him. As you lie there, letting this mystery sink in, imagine the quiet corridors of Vatican City, where candlelight flickers and secrets whisper. Picture Esteban's apartment, a scene of sudden violence, and a young guardsman caught in a web of motives we may never understand. The 1998 Vatican murders aren't just a crime, they're a puzzle that challenges the image of a holy institution. Why was the investigation so swift? What did Esteban know that might have cost him his life? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger, like a shadow over St. Peter's. Could the Vatican be hiding a truth too dangerous to reveal? Next, the legend of a woman who may have ruled as Pope in disguise. For now, close your eyes, envision that fateful night in 1998, and ask yourself, was it really just a murder? Suicide? We're stepping into a tale so audacious, it feels like a medieval legend spun to challenge the very heart of the Catholic Church. Picture the 9th century, a time of chaos and faith, where a brilliant woman named Joan disguises herself as a man, rises through the ranks of the clergy, and against all odds becomes Pope. Known as Pope John VIII, her reign is said to end in scandal when she gives birth during a public procession, revealing her secret to a shocked crowd. The Vatican calls this story pure fiction, a myth born from satire or slander. But for centuries, the legend of Pope Joan has persisted, whispered in chronicles and etched into art, raising questions about whether the Church erased a female pope from history to protect its image. As you settle in for this 8-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of Pope Joan, blending medieval intrigue with critical questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to question the Vatican's version of the past? Let's dive in. The story of Pope Joan first appears in the 13th century, in the Chronica Universalis by Dominican monk Jean de Mailly, who claimed a woman, disguised as a man, became pope around 855 AD, ruling for 2 years before her secret was exposed. Later, Martin of Opava's Chronicon Pontificum popularized the tale, naming her Joan Anglicus, an Englishwoman born in Germany. According to legend, Joan was a prodigy, driven by a thirst for knowledge in an era when women were barred from education. She donned male robes, entered a monastery, and excelled in theology, eventually rising to cardinal and then pope. The climax came during a procession in Rome, when Joan, pregnant, went into labor, revealing her gender to a horrified crowd. Some versions say she was stoned to death on the spot. Others claim she was imprisoned, and her child was spirited away. The Vatican, the story goes, scrubbed her from history, even creating a ritual to check future popes' gender using a chair, with a hole, though no evidence supports this bizarre practice. Why does this legend endure? For one, it captures the imagination. A woman defying medieval patriarchy to seize the highest office in Christendom is a story of rebellion and tragedy. Yet the Vatican insists no such pope existed, pointing to contemporary records like those of Photius I of Constantinople, which show no gap between Popes Leo IV and Benedict III, where Joan's reign supposedly occurred. Let's think critically. The lack of primary evidence is a major hurdle. No 9th century documents mention a female pope, and the first accounts appear 400 years later, suggesting embellishment. The papal succession is well documented, with no room for a 2-year anomaly. Yet the Vatican's secretive archives, spanning 85 kilometers and tightly controlled, fuel suspicion. If Joan existed, her records could have been deliberately destroyed to preserve the Church's male-only narrative. The Middle Ages were rife with efforts to suppress dissent. Think of the Gnostic texts buried until their rediscovery at Nag Hammadi. Could Joan's story have been erased to avoid a theological crisis? After all, a female pope would challenge the Church's stance on women in leadership, a debate that persists today. The broader context adds depth. The 9th century was a turbulent time for the papacy, with rival factions and political intrigue. Women, though excluded from clergy roles, wielded influence behind the scenes, as seen with figures like Marozia, who effectively controlled popes. The legend of Joan might reflect anxieties about female power in a male-dominated institution. By the Renaissance, the story was so widespread that it appeared in chronicles and even inspired a 17th century statue. The Vatican's consistent denials, coupled with their restricted archive access, keep the mystery alive. If no Joan existed, why not open the records to prove it? The Church's history of concealing sensitive truths, like the sheen on parchment absolving the Knights Templar, suggests they're capable of burying inconvenient facts. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a woman in monk's robes, navigating Rome's sacred halls, her secret hidden beneath layers of ambition and faith. Picture the Vatican scribes, centuries ago, purging her name from history to protect a fragile institution. The legend of Pope Joan isn't just a story, it's a challenge to the narratives we accept, a reminder of the power of those who write history. Was she a real woman erased from time, or a myth born to mock a flawed church? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a whisper in a cathedral. Could a female pope have ruled, only to be forgotten? Next, a code hidden in the Bible that might predict the future. For now, close your eyes, envision Joan's procession through Rome's ancient streets, and ask yourself, was she ever real? We're stepping into a mystery that feels like a puzzle from the divine itself, a code hidden within the pages of the Bible, said to predict the future with eerie precision. Picture the late 20th century, when a book called The Bible Code by Michael Drosnin sent shockwaves around the world, claiming that the sacred text holds encrypted prophecies about everything from the assassination of JFK to the 9/11 attacks. But here's the twist. Some believe the Vatican, with its vast archives and ancient knowledge, has long known about these codes, guarding texts that might unlock the secrets of time itself. Is this divine foresight, or just a trick of numbers? As you settle in for this 8-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Bible Code, blending sensational claims with hard scrutiny to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to question whether the Bible hides the future? Let's dive in. The Bible Code burst onto the scene in 1997 with Drosnin's bestseller, which claimed that the Hebrew text of the Torah, specifically the first 5 books of the Old Testament, contains hidden messages encoded through a method called equidistant letter sequencing, or ELS. The idea is simple but mind-bending. Take a letter in the text, skip a fixed number of letters, and repeat to form words or phrases. Using computers, researchers like Eliyahu Rips, an Israeli mathematician, claimed to find predictions of modern events: Kennedy's assassination in 1963, the 1995 murder of Yitzhak Rabin, even the 2001 World Trade Center attacks. These weren't vague prophecies, but specific names, dates, and places buried in a text thousands of years old. Drosnin argued this couldn't be chance. It was a divine blueprint, a code from God to warn or guide humanity. The book sold millions, chilling readers with the idea that the Bible might be more than scripture, it could be a map of history itself. But where does the Vatican fit in? Rumors persist that the Church, with its 85 kilometers of secret archives, holds ancient manuscripts or early Christian texts that hint at similar codes. The Vatican has studied scripture for centuries, from medieval monks to modern theologians, and their archives contain countless biblical commentaries, some deemed too controversial for public view. Could they possess scrolls or codices that reveal an understanding of hidden messages in the Bible? The Church's history of guarding sensitive knowledge like the Gnostic Gospels or the Index Librorum Prohibitorum suggests they might keep such texts under lock and key, fearing their power to disrupt faith or fuel speculation. If the Bible code is real, the Vatican could have known about it long before computers made it accessible, perhaps studying it to anticipate events or protect doctrinal stability. Let's think critically. The Bible code's claims are thrilling, but they face fierce skepticism. Mathematicians like Brendan McKay have shown that ELS can produce predictions in any long text, not just the Bible. Experiments with Moby Dick and even modern novels have uncovered eerily accurate prophecies like Martin Luther King's death, or natural disasters suggesting it's a statistical quirk, not divine intervention. The Hebrew Torah, with its fixed text and no vowels, is particularly flexible for such patterns, as letters can form multiple words depending on interpretation. Critics argue Drosnin cherry-picked results, ignoring failed predictions. Yet believers counter that the Torah's specificity names like Hitler or atomic bomb, appearing near relevant dates, defies coincidence. The Vatican's silence on the matter only adds intrigue. Why not address these claims, given their expertise in biblical scholarship? Are they dismissing it as nonsense or guarding a deeper truth? The broader context is fascinating. The idea of hidden codes aligns with ancient Jewish traditions like Kabbalah, which seeks mystical meanings in scripture. Medieval Christian scholars, like those in the Vatican, were no strangers to esoteric studies, blending theology with numerology and astrology. The Church's cautious approach to new interpretations, seen in their condemnation of Galileo or suppression of apocryphal texts, suggests they might view a Bible code as a threat to orthodoxy. If the Torah predicts modern events, it could imply a deterministic universe, challenging Catholic teachings on free will and divine mystery. The Vatican's archives, restricted to a handful of scholars, have a history of concealing sensitive materials, like the Chinon parchment, which resurfaced after 700 years. Could they hold ancient analyses of biblical codes, perhaps from early Jewish or Christian mystics? As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a dusty manuscript in a Vatican vault, its pages filled with cryptic symbols and predictions of wars, disasters, and heroes. Picture monks centuries ago, poring over the Torah, deciphering messages that seem to foretell the future. The Bible code, whether divine or coincidental, forces us to question the nature of Scripture. Is it a sacred text, a historical record, or something more a cosmic algorithm? Why would the Vatican stay silent on such a discovery? To protect faith, or to control knowledge? As you drift toward sleep, let these questions linger like a riddle whispered in the dark. Could the Bible truly hold the key to tomorrow? Next, a theory that challenges the very existence of Jesus Christ. For now, close your eyes, envision those hidden codes weaving through ancient words, and ask yourself, are they prophecy or chance? We're tackling a theory so bold, so provocative, it could unravel the very fabric of Christianity. Picture the dusty streets of first-century Judea, where a man named Jesus is said to have preached, performed miracles, and changed the world. But what if that man never existed? What if Jesus Christ was not a historical figure, but a myth, a story woven from ancient legends to inspire hope and order in a chaotic time? Known as the Christ myth theory, this idea suggests the Vatican, with its vast archives, might hold documents that challenge the historical Jesus, keeping them hidden to protect 2 millennia of faith. As you settle in for this 8-minute journey, let's explore the Christ myth theory, blending sensational claims with scholarly scrutiny to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to question the cornerstone of a global religion? Let's dive in. The Christ myth theory, championed by scholars like Canadian historian Earl Doherty in his book The Jesus Puzzle, argues that Jesus was not a real person but a symbolic figure crafted from earlier myths. Proponents point out that the Gospels Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written decades after Jesus' supposed death, around 70 to 100 AD, and rely on oral traditions rather than eyewitness accounts. Outside Christian sources, contemporary records are scarce. Roman historians like Tacitus and Josephus mention Jesus, but their accounts, written in the early 2nd century, are brief and debated for authenticity. The Testimonium Flavianum, by Josephus, for instance, is widely suspected of later Christian edits, as it praises Jesus in ways uncharacteristic of a Jewish historian. The theory suggests Jesus' story mirrors older myths' Egyptian god Horus, born of a virgin and resurrected, or Mithras, a Persian deity with a sacrificial narrative. These parallels, from virgin births to resurrections, fuel the idea that Jesus was a composite, not a man who walked the earth. So, where does the Vatican come in? The theory whispers that the Church's apostolic archives, stretching 85 kilometers and guarded with ironclad secrecy, might hold early Christian texts that cast doubt on Jesus' historicity. The Vatican has a history of suppressing alternative narratives. Think of the Gnostic Gospels, discovered at Nag Hammadi in 1945, which offer non-orthodox views of Jesus as a teacher, not a divine savior. Could similar documents, perhaps from 2nd century sects like the Docetists who believed Jesus was a spirit, not flesh, be locked away? If such texts exist, they'd threaten the Church's core doctrine, that Jesus was a historical figure who died and rose again. Keeping them hidden would protect the faith of billions, not to mention the Vatican's authority as Christianity's gatekeeper. The archives restricted, accessibly a handful of scholars allowed, with no free browsing only, deepens the suspicion that something explosive lies within. Let's think critically. The Christ myth theory is compelling but faces steep challenges. The Gospels, despite their late authorship, are consistent in their core narrative, rooted in a specific time and place, 1st century Judea, under Roman rule. Early Christian communities faced brutal persecution. Why would they die for a fictional figure? Non-Christian sources, like Tacitus's account of Christians executed under Nero in 64 AD, suggest a belief in Jesus within decades of his supposed life. Scholars like Bart Ehrman argue that while the Gospels contain embellishments, they likely stem from a real persona Jewish preacher, whose story grew into legend. Yet the lack of contemporary records outside Christian circles is a glaring gap. If Jesus was as impactful as claimed, why don't Roman or Jewish chronicles from the 30s AD mention him? The Vatican's silence on this debate, combined with their history of concealing sensitive texts like the Chinon parchment, hidden for 700 years, keeps the theory alive. The broader context is crucial. Early Christianity was a battleground of ideas, with sects like the Gnostics, Ebionites, and Marcionites offering diverse views of Jesus. The 4th century Council of Nicaea, backed by Emperor Constantine, standardized the Orthodox narrative, sidelining texts that didn't fit. The Vatican's archives likely hold fragments of these suppressed writings, some of which might portray Jesus as a symbolic or spiritual figure. The Church's later actions burning heretical books or banning works via the Index Librorum Prohibitorum show a willingness to control the narrative. If a document exists that questions Jesus' existence, its release could spark a theological crisis, challenging the resurrection and the Church's claim to divine authority. Even today, the Vatican's cautious approach to its archives suggests they're aware of the power of historical truths. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a locked vault in Vatican City, where ancient parchments whisper of a Jesus who never was. Picture early Christians crafting a story to unite a fractured world, only for the Vatican to guard it fiercely. The Christ myth theory, whether fact or fiction, forces us to confront the nature of belief. Was Jesus a man, a myth, or something in between? Why would the Vatican hide evidence that could redefine faith? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a faint echo in a cathedral. Could the truth about Jesus be locked away, waiting to be found? Next, a forbidden book of magic said to summon demons. For now, close your eyes, envision those ancient texts hidden in shadow, and ask yourself, was Jesus real? We're delving into a mystery that pulses with the allure of forbidden magic, a tale of two ancient texts, so powerful they're said to be locked away in the Vatican's secret archives. Picture the deserts of ancient Egypt, where Moses, the biblical prophet, parts the Red Sea and receives divine laws from God. But what if he left behind more than the 10 Commandments? According to legend, Moses penned 2 secret volumes, known as the 6th and 7th books of Moses, filled with spells to summon angels, command storms, and even speak with the dead. These texts, deemed heretical by the Church, are rumored to rest in the Vatican's vaults, hidden to prevent their dangerous power from falling into the wrong hands. As you settle in for this 7-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of these forbidden books, blending mystic lore with critical questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to peer into the realm of ancient magic? Let's dive in. The 6th and 7th books of Moses are among the most enigmatic texts in occult history. Unlike the first 5 books of the Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, traditionally attributed to Moses, these additional volumes surfaced in Europe during the 18th century, published in Germany amid a surge of interest in mysticism. They claim to contain secret teachings Moses received directly from God, too potent for the common faithful. The books are a treasure trove of esoteric knowledge, incantations to heal diseases, rituals to summon celestial beings, and spells to control natural forces like rain or fire. Their pages are adorned with mysterious symbol seals, pentagrams, and Hebrew letters said to unlock supernatural powers. One chilling ritual promises communication with spirits, while another offers mastery over unseen forces. These texts present Moses not just as a prophet, but as a mystic wielding divine magic, a figure bridging heaven and earth. Why would the Vatican, the bastion of Catholic orthodoxy, possess such heretical works? The theory is that the Church keeps these books in its apostolic archives, a labyrinth of 85 kilometers housing texts deemed too dangerous for public view. The Vatican has a long history of collecting and censoring esoteric writings. Think of the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, which banned books from the 16th to 20th centuries, or the suppression of Gnostic texts. By holding the 6th and 7th books, the Church could study their contents to combat occult practices or ensure their power remains under control. Some speculate the Vatican sees these texts as relics of spiritual warfare, tools to understand forces they believe threaten the soul. Yet no official record confirms their presence, and the Church's silence only fuels the legend that these books are hidden to protect her, perhaps harness their secrets. Let's think critically. The historical origins of these books are shaky. Scholars like Owen Davies, in Grimoires, A History of Magic Books, argue they're likely 18th century creations, capitalizing on Moses' name to sell to a mysticism-hungry audience. The texts blend Jewish Kabbalistic traditions with Christian and occult elements, suggesting a later synthesis rather than ancient authorship. The Hebrew symbols, while evocative, are often inconsistent with authentic Jewish mysticism, hinting at fabrication. If the books are modern forgeries, the Vatican might hold copies as historical artifacts, seized during inquisitions, or collected from monasteries. But the archive's secrecy, accessible only to a few scholars under strict rules, keeps the possibility alive that older, authentic manuscripts exist, perhaps fragments from early Jewish or Christian sects. The broader context is telling. The Vatican has grappled with esoteric knowledge for centuries, from medieval alchemy to modern exorcisms. The Church's demonology, seen in texts like the Malleus Maleficarum, shows a fascination with supernatural forces, even as it condemns them. If the 6th and 7th books contain genuine rituals, their release could spark a frenzy among occultists, or challenge Catholic teachings on divine authority. The archive's history of concealing sensitive texts like the Chinon parchment, rediscovered after 700 years, suggests the Vatican could hide such works to avoid controversy. Napoleon's 1,809 seizure of Vatican documents, some never returned, adds to the mystery. Could ancient magical texts have been among them? As you lie there, letting this mystery sink in, imagine a locked vault in Vatican City, where ancient scrolls hum with forbidden power. Picture Moses in the wilderness, etching spells under starlight, their secrets guarded by the Church for millennia. The 6th and 7th books of Moses, whether divine or deceptive, challenge our view of scripture and power. Do they hold real magic, or are they a myth born of human longing? Why would the Vatican keep them hidden? As you drift toward sleep, let these questions linger like a spell cast in the dark. Could these books unlock the unseen? We're diving into a story that's equal parts heist thriller and sacred mysteria tale that unfolds in a quiet French church, but reverberates all the way to the heart of Vatican City. Picture a dark night in northern France, where thieves break into an ancient chapel, expecting to find gold or jewels. Instead, they stumble upon a relic so revered it sends them fleeing in fear, a vial said to contain the blood of Jesus Christ himself. This isn't just a robbery gone wrong. It's a saga that raises questions about the Vatican's vast collection of holy relics and the secrets they guard. As you settle in for this 7-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the stolen blood of Jesus, blending crime, faith, and intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a relic that holds power beyond gold? Let's dive in. The story takes place in Fécamp, a small town on France's Normandy coast, where the Abbey of the Holy Trinity has stood for centuries. Among its treasures was a small, ornate golden box, placed solemnly on the altar, believed to contain drops of Jesus' blood, a relic tied to the Crucifixion. According to Catholic tradition, such relics, whether fragments of the true cross, bones of saints, or drops of Christ's blood, are sacred objects, conduits of divine grace that inspire devotion. In 2012, a group of thieves, likely lured by the box's golden exterior, broke into the abbey under cover of darkness. Thinking they'd hit the jackpot, they pried it open, only to find a tiny glass vial inside, its contents said to be the blood of the Saviour. What happened next is almost comical. Terrified by the spiritual weight of their loot, the thieves didn't try to sell it on the black market. Instead, they contacted Arthur Brand, a renowned Dutch art detective, begging him to take it back with one simple condition: no questions asked. Within days, the relic was returned to the abbey, unharmed, its sacred aura intact. Why does this story matter? It's not just about a botched heist, it's about the power of relics in the Catholic world and the Vatican's role as their ultimate guardian. The Church has collected relics for centuries, from the bones of St. Peter beneath St. Peter's Basilica to fragments of the true cross held in Rome. The Vatican's apostolic archives, spanning 85 kilometers, and its museums are rumored to house countless sacred artifacts, some too sensitive to display. The blood of Jesus, whether authentic or symbolic, carries immense spiritual significance. If the Vatican possesses similar relics, as many believe, why keep them hidden? One theory is control. Relics draw pilgrims, funds, and devotion, strengthening the Church's influence. Another is protection. Exposing such artifacts risks theft, as in Fécamp or desecration. The Vatican's silence on their relic collection only fuels speculation that they guard objects too powerful or controversial for public view. Let's think critically. The authenticity of relics like the Fécamp vial is dubious. Medieval Europe was flooded with supposed fragments of the true cross, enough, as skeptics like Erasmus quipped, to build a ship. Scientific tests like carbon-14 dating on the Shroud of Turin often cast doubt on such artifacts' origins. The Fécamp relic, tied to legends of the Holy Grail, lacks verifiable provenance, likely making it a product of medieval piety rather than history. Yet its power lies not in science, but in faith. The thieves fear returning a relic they could have sold shows the psychological weight of such objects. The Vatican, with its history of managing relics, might hide similar items to avoid scrutiny or because their origins can't be proven. The 1980s Banco Ambrosiano scandal, linked to Vatican finances, shows their willingness to conceal embarrassing truths. Could undisclosed relics be part of that secrecy? The broader context is revealing. The relic trade in the Middle Ages was a booming industry, with churches and monasteries vying for sacred objects to boost prestige and draw pilgrims. The Vatican, as Christianity's epicenter, amassed countless relics, some acquired through dubious means during the Crusades or Reformation. The 1,980 construction of their fireproof, climate-controlled vaults suggests a commitment to preserving these treasures, but also to controlling access. The rediscovery of documents like the Chinon parchment after centuries shows the Vatican can keep secrets for ages. If they hold relics like the blood of Jesus, their secrecy might protect faith or hide inconvenient questions about authenticity. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a golden vial in a Vatican vault, its contents glowing with the weight of 2,000 years of belief. Picture those thieves, hearts racing, realizing they've stolen something beyond price. The stolen blood of Jesus is a story of faith's power over greed, but also a question mark over the Vatican's hidden treasures. Why guard such relics in silence? To preserve devotion, or to avoid exposing myths? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a sacred whisper. Could the Vatican hold the blood of Christ? Next, a haunting museum of souls reaching from beyond. For now, close your eyes, envision that sacred vial locked away, and ask yourself, what power does it hold? We're stepping into a corner of Rome so eerie, so haunting, it feels like a portal to the afterlife. Picture a small Gothic church tucked away on a quiet street, its walls hiding a museum unlike any other, the Museum of the Holy Souls in Purgatory. This isn't a gallery of art or relics, but a collection of objects prayer books, vestments, cloths marked by mysterious burns, said to be the desperate pleas of souls trapped in purgatory, reaching out to the living for salvation. With the Vatican's blessing, this museum ties the Church to a realm beyond death, raising questions about what they know of the afterlife. As you settle in for this 7-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Museum of Souls in Purgatory, blending Catholic doctrine with chilling intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to face whispers from the other side? Let's dive in. The story begins on the 15th of November, 1897, at the Church of the Sacred Heart of Suffrage in Rome. A fire broke out in a small chapel, quickly extinguished, but leaving a strange mark on the wall, a scorched outline resembling a human face, twisted in anguish. Father Victor Jouet, the priest at the time, saw it as a sign, a soul in purgatory, crying out for prayers to escape its torment. Catholic doctrine holds that purgatory is a temporary state for souls not pure enough for heaven but not damned to hell, a place of cleansing through suffering. These souls, unable to save themselves, rely on the living's prayers, masses, or acts of charity to ascend. Inspired, Father Jouet began collecting objects from across Europe, books, fabrics, even furniture bearing burn marks like handprints or fingerprints, as if seared by spectral hands. The result is a small but unsettling museum, housed in the church, displaying these relics as evidence of souls reaching across the veil. What makes this museum so captivating is its blend of faith and the supernatural. Visitors can see a prayer book with a blackened handprint, a linen apron with deep finger marks, or a wooden table scarred by what looks like a desperate grasp. Each object comes with a story: a monk's vestment burned by a soul seeking absolution, a cloth marked during a widow's prayer. According to Catholic teaching, these signs are cries for help, urging the living to intercede. The Vatican, while not directly managing the museum, endorses its existence, as it aligns with their theology of purgatory, formalized at the Council of Trent in the 16th century. But could these artifacts be more than symbols? Might they hint at secrets the Church guards about the afterlife, perhaps documented in the Apostolic Archive's 85 kilometers of shelves? Let's think critically. The burn marks are compelling, but skeptics argue they could be natural phenomena mold, chemical reactions, or deliberate forgeries to inspire devotion. In the late 19th century, spiritualism was surging, with seances and ghost stories captivating Europe. Father Jouet's collection might reflect this zeitgeist, amplifying Catholic beliefs to counter secular trends. Scientific analysis of the objects is limited, as the Church prioritizes their spiritual value over empirical study. Yet the Vatican's archives, known for holding sensitive texts like the Chinon parchment, could contain records of similar phenomena, medieval accounts of visions or signs from purgatory. Why keep such documents hidden? Perhaps to control the narrative, ensuring purgatory remains a doctrine of hope, not fear, or to avoid scrutiny that might debunk these relics as pious frauds. The broader context adds depth. The concept of purgatory has been central to Catholicism since the Middle Ages, justifying practices like indulgences, which sparked the Protestant Reformation. The Vatican's cautious approach to supernatural claims seen in their rigorous exorcism protocols suggests they're wary of anything that could destabilize faith. The museum, while open to the public, is obscure, visited by few, which aligns with the Church's tendency to downplay controversial relics. If the archives hold accounts of souls contacting the living, their release could ignite debates about the afterlife, challenging modern Catholicism's balance of faith and reason. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a dimly lit museum, its cases filled with scorched relics whispering of lost souls. Picture Father Jouet gathering these eerie objects, convinced they bridge life and death. The Museum of Souls in Purgatory isn't just a curiosity, it's a challenge to our understanding of the afterlife. Are these burns truly messages from beyond, or creations of fervent belief? Why does the Vatican quietly endorse this museum? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a ghostly touch. Could the Church know more about the afterlife than they reveal? Next, a stolen relic that shocked the faithful. For now, close your eyes, envision those spectral burns, and ask yourself, are souls really reaching out? We're stepping into a story so bizarre, it feels like a plot twist from a heist movie one, that unfolds in a quiet Italian shrine, but resonates with the sacred weight of Vatican City. Picture a summer afternoon in 2017, at a small basilica in northern Italy, where a relic revered by millions is stolen. Not gold, not jewels, but the brain of Saint John Bosco, a beloved Catholic saint who dedicated his life to saving children. This audacious theft, driven by greed but undone by faith, raises questions about the Vatican's vast collection of relics and the secrets they guard. As you settle in for this 7-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the theft of Don Bosco's brain, blending crime, devotion, and intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a relic that holds power beyond its material worth? Let's dive in. The story begins at the Basilica of Don Bosco in Castelnuovo, Italy, the birthplace of St. John Bosco, affectionately known as Don Bosco. Born in 1815 to a poor family, Don Bosco overcame hardship to become a priest who transformed lives. He founded the Salesian order, opening schools and workshops for orphaned and abandoned boys, using love, education, and even magic tricks to reach them. Canonized in 1934, his legacy endures worldwide, and his relic species of his body preserved as sacred objects are venerated at the basilica. Among them was a glass tube containing a fragment of his brain, displayed as a symbol of his wisdom and compassion. On the 2nd of June, 2017, a 42-year-old man sneaked into the basilica, slipped the relic into his pocket, and vanished. The theft shocked the Catholic community, not just for its audacity but for the deep offense it caused to millions who saw Don Bosco as a beacon of hope. The thief, later identified as Alessandro A., believed the relic's ornate container was solid gold, a quick score on the black market. But when he discovered it held only a piece of preserved brain, his plans unraveled. The relic's spiritual value far outweighed its material worth, and the public outcry was swift. Catholics across Italy prayed for its return, and police launched a manhunt, Thanks to fingerprints and security footage, they tracked the thief to his apartment near Turin, finding the relic hidden in a copper kettle, its seal unbroken. Within days, it was back in the basilica, restored to its rightful place. The thief's motive was simple greed, but his failure underscores a deeper truth. Some treasures carry a power that transcends money, a power the Vatican has long understood and protected. Why does this matter to the Vatican? The Church is the world's foremost guardian of relics, bones, blood, and artifacts tied to saints and Christ himself. The Apostolic Archives and Vatican museums house countless such objects, from the bones of St. Peter to fragments of the True Cross, often kept under strict security. The theft of Don Bosco's brain highlights the vulnerability of these sacred items, even in a modern age. It also raises questions about what other relics the Vatican might hold in secret. Are their artifacts too controversial or powerful to display? The Church's history of managing relics, seen in cases like the Shroud of Turin or the blood of Jesus stolen in France, suggests they guard these objects not just for devotion but to control their narrative. A relic's theft can spark scandal, shaking the faithful and exposing gaps in the Vatican's stewardship. Let's think critically. The Don Bosco theft was resolved quickly, unlike other Vatican mysteries, but it exposes a pattern. Relics are often targeted for their perceived monetary value, yet their spiritual significance, evident in the thief's hasty surrender, makes them untouchable. The Vatican's silence on its full relic collection fuels speculation. Could they hold relics tied to suppressed histories, like the rumored bloodline of Jesus or artifacts from the Jewish temple? The 1,980 construction of their high-security vaults suggests a commitment to protecting such treasures, but also to concealing them. The rediscovery of documents like the Sion parchment after centuries shows the Vatican can keep secrets for ages. Why not disclose their relic inventory? Perhaps to avoid questions about authenticity or historical wrongs. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a quiet basilica, its altar glowing with the relic of a saint's mind. Picture a thief, heart pounding, realizing he's stolen something too sacred to keep. The theft of Don Bosco's brain is a tale of greed undone by faith, but it whispers of the Vatican's deeper secrets. What relics do they guard in silence? Why protect them so fiercely? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a prayer in the dark. Could the Vatican's vaults hold more than we'll ever know? Next, a financial crisis that nearly toppled the Vatican. For now, close your eyes, envision that sacred relic restored, and ask yourself, what power does it hold? We're stepping into a story that reveals the Vatican not as a spiritual fortress, but as a fragile institution teetering on the edge of collapse. Picture the 22nd of January, 1922. The death of Pope Benedict XV plunges the Holy See into chaos, its coffers nearly empty, its global influence at risk. The Vatican, the heart of Catholicism, faced a financial crisis so dire it nearly went bankrupt, saved only by a lifeline from across the Atlantic. But the details of this desperate moment, locked away in the Vatican's secret archives, raise questions about power, dependency, and hidden agendas. As you settle in for this 7-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Vatican's 1922 financial crisis, blending economic drama with probing questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to discover how the Vatican survived its darkest hour? Let's dive in. The early 20th century was a turbulent time for the Vatican. World War I, from 1914 to 1918, ravaged Europe, leaving economies in shambles, and the Church's traditional revenue streams like Peter's pence, a global collection from Catholics, severely depleted. Pope Benedict XV, often called the Pope of Peace, poured millions into humanitarian efforts, aiding war victims and refugees. While noble, these expenditures drained the papal treasury. The unification of Italy in 1861 had already stripped the Vatican of its vast papal states, reducing its income to a modest annual compensation from the Italian government. By 1922, With rampant inflation and economic depression gripping Italy, Germany, and France, that sum was barely a trickle. When Benedict died of pneumonia, the Vatican was left in a financial freefall, with mounting debts from maintaining a global diplomatic network and supporting war-torn dioceses. Cardinal Pietro Gasparri, the Vatican's Secretary of State, faced the daunting task of keeping the church afloat with an empty purse. The savior came from an unexpected corner: American Catholics. In the early 20th century, the United States was seeing a rise in wealthy Catholic communities, particularly in cities like New York and Chicago. Organizations like the Knights of Columbus and dioceses led by figures like Cardinal William O'Connell of Boston and Archbishop John Mundelein of Chicago rallied to the Vatican's aid. Between 1919 and 1923, they funneled millions through a special fund called Peter's Pence from America, a lifeline that paid staff salaries, covered debts, and kept the Vatican's doors open. This support was a game changer, but it came at a cost. Documents from the time, likely buried in the Vatican's 85-kilometer apostolic archives, are considered highly sensitive, revealing the Holy See's dependence on foreign wealth. Why hide these records? Perhaps to mask the extent of American influence over the Church at a time when its independence was a point of pride. Let's think critically. The Vatican's near bankruptcy exposes a vulnerability rarely associated with an institution of its stature. The reliance on American funds raises questions about power dynamics. Did the US gain leverage over Vatican decisions, perhaps influencing its stance on global politics? The secrecy surrounding these financial records suggests the Church was wary of appearing weak or beholden to external forces. The crisis only truly eased in 1929, when Pope Pius XI signed the Lateran Treaty with Italy, securing 750 million lire and government bonds for financial independence. Yet the American intervention remains a pivotal, underreported chapter. The Vatican's archives, accessible only to a select few scholars, have a history of concealing sensitive truths. Think of the Chinon parchment, hidden for 700 years. Could financial documents from 1922 reveal deals or compromises the Church prefers to keep buried? The broader context adds intrigue. The early 20th century was a time of upheaval for the Vatican, navigating a world reshaped by war and secularism. The loss of the Papal States had already diminished its temporal power, and financial scandals, like the 1980s Banco Ambrosiano affair, would later expose its vulnerabilities. The 1922 crisis shows the Church as a human institution, scrambling to survive like any other. The American rescue, while a triumph, might have come with strings diplomatic or political favors that the Vatican kept quiet to maintain its image as a sovereign spiritual authority. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a Vatican in 1922, its grand halls echoing with the urgency of empty coffers. Picture cardinals poring over ledgers, awaiting shipments of American dollars to save their mission. The 1922 financial crisis isn't just a tale of survival, it's a window into the Vatican's hidden fragility. Why guard these records so tightly? To protect their image, or to hide foreign influence? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger, like a faint chime in St. Peter's. Could the Vatican's wealth conceal debts of power? Next, coded messages that guarded Renaissance plots. For now, close your eyes, envision those desperate ledgers locked away, and ask yourself, who really saved the Vatican? We're stepping into a world of intrigue straight out of a Renaissance spy thriller. Picture the 15th century, a time of warring kingdoms and cunning diplomacy, where the Vatican stood at the heart of Europe's power games. To protect their secrets, plots, alliances, and plans for Warth Holy See, developed a sophisticated system of ciphers, turning letters into unbreakable codes. These encrypted messages, some still undeciphered, are said to lie in the Vatican's vast archives, holding truths that could rewrite history. As you settle in for this 7-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Vatican's Renaissance cipher systems, blending espionage with historical depth to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to decode the secrets of a shadowy past? Let's dive in. In the Renaissance, Europe was a chessboard of rival powers: France, Spain, Venice, and the Ottoman Empire, all vying for dominance. The Vatican, far more than a spiritual center, was a key player, brokering treaties and funding crusades. To safeguard their sensitive correspondence, papal envoys like Cardinal Giovanni Arcimboldi under Pope Sixtus IV used complex ciphers known as nomenclators. These were code tables that mixed letter substitutions with numbers or symbols for specific words like 47 for France or a glyph for war. As David Kahn details in The Codebreakers, these systems grew more elaborate under Popes Alexander VI and Leo VI, incorporating polyalphabetic ciphers where letters shifted based on a keyword, or null characters, meaningless symbols to confuse codebreakers. Some messages, like a 1,512 letter from Pope Julius II to his French ambassador, were double encrypted, requiring 2 keys to unlock. These codes were often scribbled on tiny slips of paper, hidden in messengers' shoes or coats to evade spies from rival powers like the Medici or Ottomans. Why go to such lengths? The Vatican's secrets were high stakes. Letters could reveal plans for military alliances, like those against France during the War of the League of Cambrai, or funding for crusades against the Ottomans. A single intercepted message could tip the balance of power. The Vatican even established a code school, the Scuola di Cifra, to train clerics in creating and breaking ciphers, ensuring their diplomatic edge. Some of these encrypted letters, stored in the 85-kilometer apostolic archives, remain only partially deciphered, their contents a mystery. Could they expose secret treaties or betrayals that shaped Europe? The archive's restricted access limited to a few vetted scholars suggests the Vatican guards these documents not just for their age, but for their potential to disrupt modern narratives. Let's think critically. The sophistication of Renaissance ciphers is well documented, as seen in Kahn's work, but their secrecy raises questions. Why haven't all these letters been decoded, with modern computing power at our disposal? The Vatican's reluctance to open its archives fully, as seen with sensitive texts like the Chinon parchment, hints at a desire to control historical knowledge. Some ciphers might contain mundane diplomatic details, but others could reveal scandals like papal collusion with monarchs or financial deals that would tarnish the Church's image. The lack of transparency fuels speculation that these codes hide more than just politics, perhaps even theological secrets or connections to forbidden knowledge, like the alchemical texts we'll explore later. The broader context is revealing. The Renaissance was an era of espionage, with every major power employing spies. The Vatican, as a neutral yet influential player, needed to protect its communications from interception by figures like the Medici or Ottoman agents. The Scuola di Cifra wasn't just a technical school, it was a weapon in a silent war of information. The survival of undeciphered letters suggests the Vatican's ciphers were ahead of their time, possibly rivaling modern encryption. Their secrecy, even today, mirrors the Church's approach to other mysteries, like the 1922 financial crisis we just discussed, where sensitive documents remain hidden to preserve authority. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a Renaissance scribe in a candlelit Vatican chamber, encoding a letter that could start or stop a war. Picture those coded pages, locked in steel vaults, their secrets untouched for centuries. The Vatican's cipher systems aren't just relics of espionage, they're a testament to the Church's hidden power in shaping history. Why do some letters remain locked away? Are they guarding diplomatic secrets? Or something more explosive? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a coded whisper in the dark. Could these ciphers rewrite our past? Next, a modern vault hiding truths we may never know. For now, close your eyes, envision those encrypted letters sealed in shadow, and ask yourself, what secrets do they hold? We're stepping into a modern mystery that feels like it's ripped from a conspiracy thriller. Picture 1980, Vatican City. Beneath the ancient stones of the world's smallest nation, a massive underground vault is being built fireproof, climate controlled, and shrouded in secrecy. This isn't just a storage room. It's a fortress designed to protect 85 kilometers of archives, holding centuries of papal letters, sacred relics, and, some say, truths too explosive for the world to see. From documents on alien encounters to heretical texts, the new Vatican archive vault has sparked endless speculation about what lies within. As you settle in for this 7-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of this hidden bunker, blending modern intrigue with historical weight to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to peer into the Vatican's most guarded secrets? Let's dive in. In 1980, the Vatican embarked on a monumental project to modernize its apostolic archives, a treasure trove of documents stretching back over 1,000 years. For centuries, these records letters from popes, kings, and figures like Abraham Lincoln, alongside trial records and theological texts, were stored in scattered locations, from cramped rooms in the Vatican Library to the Castel Sant'Angelo. Time, humidity, and mishandling had taken their toll, with countless documents damaged or lost, especially during Napoleon's 1810 seizure of the archives, when many were carted off to Paris. Some never returned. The new vault, built beside the Vatican Library with an entrance through the Porta di Santa Anna, was a response to these losses. Constructed of reinforced concrete, equipped with state-of-the-art climate control and fireproofing, it houses thousands of steel shelves, neatly organized with olive-green file boxes sorted by papal reigns. This wasn't just about preservation, it was about control, ensuring the Church's history remained under lock and key. Why the secrecy? The vault's creation sparked fascination and suspicion. Unlike a public library, access is restricted to a select few scholars, who must apply with specific research topics and are forbidden from browsing freely. Only 60 researchers are allowed at a time, under strict supervision. This exclusivity fuels rumors that the archives hold more than historical records. Some speculate about documents on UFOs, like the alleged Magenta crash we discussed earlier, or heretical texts like the Grand Grimoire, said to contain demonic rituals. Others believe the vault conceals political secrets treaties, financial deals, or even evidence of the Vatican's role in 20th century scandals. The 1922 financial crisis, where American funds saved the Church, showed their sensitivity to dependency. Could similar records be buried here? The vault's high-tech security, built in an era of Cold War paranoia, suggests the Vatican was guarding something far beyond old letters. Let's think critically. The official reason for the vault preserving fragile documents is plausible. Parchment and paper degrade over time, and the Vatican's losses to Napoleon proved the need for better protection. Archivist Bishop Sergio Pagano has emphasized preservation, not secrecy, as the goal. Yet the restricted access raises questions. Why limit scholars so tightly if the contents are merely historical? The Vatican's history of concealing sensitive truths, like the Chinon parchment that absolved the Knights Templar after 700 years, suggests they're capable of hiding explosive revelations. The 1980s, when the vault was built, saw financial scandals like the Banco Ambrosiano affair, hinting at a need to secure records of murky dealings. If the archives hold evidence of extraterrestrial contact, suppressed theologies, or political intrigues, their secrecy could be about maintaining the Church's image as a spiritual authority. The broader context adds fuel to the fire. The Vatican has long been a collector of forbidden knowledge, from alchemical manuscripts to banned books listed in the Index Librorum Prohibitorum. The 1980 vault, with its modern safeguards, mirrors this tradition of control, ensuring only the Church decides what sees daylight. Rumors of hidden relics like the Jewish temple's menorah hoard documents challenging doctrine, like the Christ myth theory, thrive because of this opacity. The Vatican's cautious release of select records, like those from Pius XII's wartime papacy, shows they can reveal truths when it suits them, but the vault's full contents remain a mystery. As you lie there, Letting this mystery unfold, imagine a concrete bunker beneath Vatican City, its shelves brimming with secrets that could reshape history. Picture a lone archivist guarding truths too dangerous for the world. The new Vatican Archive Vault isn't just a storage room, it's a symbol of the Church's power to control knowledge. Why build such a fortress? To preserve the past or to hide its truths? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a locked door in the dark. What lies within those vaults? Next, a papal pet that captivated Rome. For now, close your eyes, envision those hidden shelves, and ask yourself, what truths are they guarding? We're stepping into a tale so whimsical, yet so poignant it feels like a Renaissance fable. Picture Rome in 1514, a city buzzing with excitement as a 4-year-old Asian elephant named Hanno parades through its crowded streets, a gift from Portugal's King Manuel I to Pope Leo I. This majestic creature, adorned in silk and bowing before the Pope, becomes a sensation, a symbol of the Vatican's global reach. But Hanno's story ends in tragedy, and centuries later, his rediscovered bones raise questions about what else the Vatican hides. The missing tusks of this papal pet. As you settle in for this 7-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the elephant of Pope Leo X, blending charm with intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to meet a Vatican celebrity from the Renaissance? Let's dive in. In the early 16th century, the Vatican was a hub of art, power, and spectacle, and Pope Leo X, a Medici prince known for his lavish tastes, was at its helm. In 1514, Portugal, eager to secure papal favour for its burgeoning maritime empire, sent an extraordinary diplomatic gift. Hanno, a young elephant shipped from India to the port of Civitavecchia. His arrival in Rome was nothing short of chaos. Crowds thronged the streets, some climbing rooftops, many of which collapsed under the weight just to glimpse this exotic beast. Hanno, draped in silk and carrying a small tower on his back, was trained to bow before the Pope, even spraying water from his trunk as a playful greeting. Leo was enchanted, commissioning a special enclosure and hiring caretakers to pamper his new pet. Artists, including Raphael, were summoned to capture Hanno's likeness in paintings and sculptures, cementing his status as a Renaissance celebrity and a symbol of the Vatican's wealth and global influence. But Hanno's life in the Vatican was short-lived. By 1516, at just 7 years old, he fell ill, likely due to a misguided diet. Historical records suggest caretakers, in a display of Renaissance superstition, fed him gold and precious metals, believing they would strengthen him. Instead, this likely poisoned his digestive system, leading to his untimely death. Pope Leo X was devastated, penning an emotional eulogy and ordering Hanno buried in the Cortile del Belvedere, a courtyard within the Vatican. Raphael's mural, commissioned to honor him, hung in the papal palace, a lasting tribute to this beloved creature. For centuries, Hanno faded into obscurity, a quirky footnote in Vatican history until 1962, when renovations unearthed a large elephant jaw and teeth, confirmed as Hanno's remains. But his tusks, prized for their ivory, were missing, sparking whispers about where they ended up. Are they hidden in a Vatican vault, displayed in a secret gallery, or lost to time? The mystery of Hanno's tusks ties into the Vatican's secretive nature. The Apostolic Archives, spanning 85 kilometers, and the Vatican's private collections are known for housing treasures, from relics to manuscripts, often kept from public view. The 1,980 construction of a high-security vault, as we discussed, suggests a capacity to guard items like ivory tusks, valued in the Renaissance for both wealth and symbolism. Why keep them hidden? Perhaps to avoid questions about the Vatican's opulence during a time when indulgences and extravagance fueled the Protestant Reformation. Hanno's story, while charming, reflects the Church's complex relationship with power and display, a theme echoed in their handling of sensitive relics and documents. Let's think critically. The historical record of Hanno is solid, with accounts from contemporary chroniclers like Giorgio Vasari and diplomatic records confirming his arrival. The rediscovery of his bones in 1962 aligns with the Vatican's archaeological footprint, but the missing tusks are a puzzle. Ivory was a luxury commodity, often carved into religious artifacts or traded. Could they have been repurposed within the Vatican, perhaps as reliquaries, or stolen during turbulent times, like Napoleon's 1809 occupation? The Church's silence on the tusks, like their secrecy around other treasures, fuels speculation. Could they be tucked away with other hidden relics, like the rumoured menorah of the Jewish temple? As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine Hanno's grand parade through Rome, his silk-draped form captivating a city. Picture his bones, rediscovered centuries later, but his tusks lost in the Vatican's shadows. The elephant of Pope Leo X is a tale of wonder and loss, a reminder of the Church's ability to guard secrets, even those as curious as a missing tusk. Why hide such relics? To preserve their legacy, or to conceal extravagance? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a Renaissance melody. Where are Hanno's tusks now? Next, a queen's desperate plea locked in the Vatican's vaults. For now, close your eyes, envision that majestic elephant fading into history, and ask yourself, what else is hidden? We're stepping into a tale of tragedy and desperation, one that carries the weight of a fallen queen and the silence of the Vatican. Picture the 23rd of November, 1586, Fotheringhay Castle in England, where Mary, Queen of Scots, sits in a cold, stone cell, her quill scratching out a final, heartfelt plea to Pope Sixtus V. Once a powerful monarch, she's now a prisoner, stripped of her throne and betrayed by those closest to her. Her letter, preserved in the Vatican's vast archives, begs for mercy and warns of treachery, but it goes unanswered, sealing her tragic fate. As you settle in for this 7-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of Mary, Queen of Scots' letter, blending royal drama with Vatican intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to hear a queen's last cry for help? Let's dive in. Mary Stuart's life was a whirlwind of ambition and betrayal. Crowned Queen of Scotland at just 6 days old in 1542, she was raised in the French court, married to the future King Francis II, and briefly Queen Consort of France. Returning to Scotland in 1561, she faced a divided nation, torn between Catholic and Protestant factions. Her Catholic faith made her a target in Protestant England, ruled by her cousin, Queen Elizabeth I, who saw Mary as a threat to her throne. After a series of scandalous second husband's murder, her forced abdication, and a failed rebellion, Mary fled to England in 1568, only to be imprisoned for 19 years. By 1586, accused of plotting Elizabeth's assassination in the Babington Plot, Mary faced a death sentence. In her final months, she wrote a letter to Pope Sixtus V, a document now held in the Vatican's apostolic archives, pleading for forgiveness, protesting her unjust trial, and warning of treacherous cardinals at court who might undermine the Church. This letter is more than a plea, it's a raw, emotional testament to a queen's resilience and despair. Mary wrote in French, her words dripping with anguish as she described years of captivity, betrayal by allies, and the loneliness of a monarch stripped of power. She begged the Pope to intervene, to declare her trial illegal, and to protect the Catholic cause in England and Scotland. Most intriguingly, she hinted at plots within the Vatican itself, suggesting certain cardinals were not to be trusted. But Sixtus V never replied, and in February 1587, Mary was beheaded at Fotheringhay, her execution a turning point in the religious wars of Europe. Why did the Vatican stay silent? Was it diplomatic caution, fearing to antagonize Elizabeth I, or something deeper reluctance to expose internal divisions hinted at in Mary's warnings? Let's think critically. The Vatican's archives, spanning 85 kilometers, are notorious for their secrecy, accessible only to a handful of scholars under strict oversight. Mary's letter, preserved among countless others, is a historical gem, but its lack of response raises questions. Sixtus V was a reformer, focused on strengthening the Church's authority. Yet he avoided entanglement in England's volatile politics. Supporting Mary could have escalated tensions with Protestant England, risking Catholic interests. But her warnings about treacherous cardinals suggest internal Vatican politics may have played a role. The Church's history of concealing sensitive documents like the sheen on parchment, hidden for 700 years, shows their capacity to bury inconvenient truths. Could Mary's letter contain details about Vatican intrigues that remain too sensitive to reveal? The broader context adds weight. The late 16th century was a battleground of faith, with the Reformation splitting Europe. The Vatican, as Catholicism's stronghold, navigated a delicate balance, supporting Catholic monarchs while avoiding all-out war. Mary's execution galvanized Catholic resistance, but her letter's silence suggests the Vatican prioritized stability over her plight. The archive's restricted access fuels speculation that other letters from this era, perhaps detailing papal plots or betrayals, are hidden to protect the Church's image as a unified force. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine Mary in her cell, her quill trembling as she pens her final plea to a distant pope. Picture that letter, sealed in a Vatican vault, its words echoing a queen's lost hope. Mary, Queen of Scots' letter isn't just a relicits, a cry from a turbulent past, challenging the Vatican's silence. Why did they ignore her? To avoid war? Or to hide their own secrets? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a royal lament in the dark. Could her letter hold truths the Vatican still guards? Next, the Vatican's forbidden ties to alchemy. For now, close your eyes, envision Mary's desperate words locked away, and ask yourself, why was she forsaken? We're stepping into a world where science and sorcery blur, a realm of ancient manuscripts and forbidden knowledge. Picture the Middle Ages, a time when alchemists toiled in candlelit chambers, seeking the philosopher's stone to turn, lead into gold, or unlock the secrets of the universe. Some of these seekers, like Roger Bacon and John Dee, were tied to the Catholic Church, their writings possibly hidden in the Vatican's vast archives. But alchemy, with its mystical allure, was often branded heresy, teetering on the edge of magic. Could the Vatican be guarding these ancient texts, not just to preserve them, but to keep their power from the world? As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of alchemy and the Vatican, blending arcane intrigue with historical depth to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore the forbidden arts? Let's dive in. Alchemy in medieval Europe was more than a quest for gold. It was a spiritual and philosophical pursuit, blending science, mysticism, and religion. Alchemists like Roger Bacon, a 13th century Franciscan friar, saw it as a path to divine wisdom, a way to understand God's creation. In his Opus Majus, Bacon argued that experimental science, including alchemy, could strengthen faith, but his ideas skirted heresy, earning him suspicion from church authorities. Centuries later, John Dee, a 16th century English scholar and advisor to Queen Elizabeth I, took alchemy further, claiming to commune with angels through rituals documented in works like Monus Hieroglyphica. Born into a Catholic family, Dee visited Rome in 1564, possibly submitting manuscripts to the Vatican. His writings, blending mathematics, astrology, and occultism, were controversial. Yet some may have been preserved in the Church's archives, seized during heresy investigations, or collected from monasteries. Why would the Vatican keep such texts? The Apostolic Archives, spanning 85 kilometers, are a treasure trove of forbidden knowledge, from Gnostic Gospels to banned books listed in the Index Librorum Prohibitorum. Alchemy, with its ties to Arabic and Greek traditions, was often viewed as dangerously close to magic, threatening Catholic doctrine. By storing alchemical manuscripts, the Church could study them to combat heresy or ensure their secrets, perhaps formulas for transformation or spiritual enlightenment, remained under control. The 1809 occupation of the Vatican by Napoleon, which scattered countless documents, adds to the mystery. Some alchemical texts may have been lost, but others could remain hidden in the modern vault built in 1980. The Vatican's secrecy, limiting access to a select few scholars, fuels speculation that these manuscripts hold more than historical value. Let's think critically. Alchemy's historical significance is undeniably its experiments laid the groundwork for modern chemistry, but its mystical elements made it suspect. Scholars like Francis Yates, in the occult philosophy in the Elizabethan age, suggest Dee's work was more philosophical than magical, yet the Church's fear of heresy led to censorship. The lack of public access to Vatican archives makes it hard to verify if Bacon's or Dee's manuscripts are held there. If they are, they might be mundane records of failed experiments, not mystical secrets. Yet the Vatican's history of concealing sensitive texts, like the shine on parchment rediscovered after 700 years, suggests they could guard alchemical works to avoid theological or cultural fallout. The Church's cautious embrace of science seen in their observatories' work shows they value knowledge but control its release. The broader context is illuminating. The Middle Ages saw the Church as both patron and censor of intellectual pursuits. While supporting scholars like Bacon, it condemned ideas that challenged doctrine, as seen in Galileo's trial. Alchemy's blend of spirituality and science was a tightrope, tolerated if it served faith, but suppressed if it veered toward heresy. The Vatican's archives likely hold fragments of this tension, manuscripts collected to monitor or study the occult. Their secrecy, reinforced by the 1,980 volts high-tech security, suggests a desire to control knowledge that could inspire unorthodox beliefs. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a Vatican vault where alchemical scrolls, inked with strange symbols, whisper of forbidden transformations. Picture Bacon or Dee, penning secrets under flickering candles, their words locked away by a wary church. Alchemy and the Vatican is a tale of knowledge teetering between enlightenment and danger. Why hide these texts? To protect faith, or to hoard their power? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a potion brewing in the dark. Could the Vatican hold the key to ancient mysteries? Next, Viking kings striking deals with the Vatican. For now, close your eyes, envision those arcane pages hidden away, and ask yourself, what secrets did the alchemists know? We're sailing back to the 11th century, into a world of Viking warriors and papal power plays. Picture 1027 AD, Rome buzzing as Canute the Great, a fierce Viking king who ruled Denmark, England and Norway, arrives on a pilgrimage to meet Pope John XIX. This wasn't just a spiritual visit, it was a high-stakes diplomatic mission, with secret letters exchanged that could have shaped the Christianization of Northern Europe. These documents, likely tucked away in the Vatican's vast archives, remain largely hidden, hinting at deals between a warrior king and the Church. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Viking kings and the Vatican, blending epic history with shadowy intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a clash of swords and crosses? Let's dive in. Canute the Great was no ordinary Viking. By 1018, he ruled Denmark. By 1028, he'd conquered England and Norway, forging a North Sea empire. Unlike his raiding ancestors, Canute saw Christianity as a tool to solidify his power, uniting diverse peoples under one faith. His 1027 pilgrimage to Rome, documented in his own letter to his English subjects, was a masterstroke of politics. He attended the coronation of Holy Roman Emperor Conrad II and negotiated with Pope John XIX on issues like reducing ceremonial costs for archbishops and resolving disputes over Danish dioceses. The Encomium MA, a contemporary chronicle, describes Canute building churches and supporting monasteries, transforming Viking lands into Christian strongholds. But these public acts hide a deeper story, letters between Canute and the Vatican, possibly revealing strategic deals to align his empire with Rome's influence, are rumoured to rest in the apostolic archives, their contents too sensitive to reveal. Why keep these letters hidden? The Vatican's archives, spanning 85 kilometres, hold countless diplomatic correspondences, many restricted to protect the Church's image. Canute's negotiations likely involved concessions like submitting to Scotland's King Malcolm II in 1031, backed by the Vatican to spread Catholicism. Such deals, blending religion and politics, could expose the Church as a power broker, not just a spiritual guide. The loss of some documents during Napoleon's 1809 occupation of the Vatican adds to the mystery. Were key letters destroyed, or are they still guarded? The archive's strict access, limited to a few scholars, suggests the Vatican might conceal details of how it tamed Viking warriors to serve its agenda. Let's think critically. Canute's pilgrimage is well documented, but the specifics of his Vatican dealings are sparse. The Encomium Eme and his own letter confirm his Christian zeal, but hidden correspondence could reveal pragmatic motives, perhaps promises of land or influence. The Vatican's history of withholding sensitive records, like those of the 1922 financial crisis, supports the idea they might guard these letters to avoid scrutiny of their political past. Yet, without public access, we're left with speculation. Could these documents simply detail administrative matters, or do they expose a church orchestrating Europe's fate? The broader context is revealing. The Viking Age, from the 8th to 11th centuries, saw northern Europe shift from pagan raids to Christian kingdoms, with the Vatican as a key mediator. Canute's alliance with Rome strengthened his rule while expanding Catholic influence, a win-win sealed in secret letters. The Church's ability to shape history through such diplomacy underscores its power, but also its secrecy. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine Canute striding through Rome's sacred halls, his Viking might tempered by papal deals. Picture those letters, locked in a Vatican vault, whispering of a warrior turned ally. The Viking kings and the Vatican show a church wielding influence beyond faith. Why hide these letters? To protect a legacy, or conceal power plays? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a Nordic saga in the dark. What deals did the Vatican strike? Next, a debate that could reshape the priesthood. For now, close your eyes, envision those hidden letters, and ask yourself, how did the Vatican tame the Vikings? We're stepping into a controversy that has simmered within the Catholic Church for centuries, one that touches the very heart of its traditions. Picture the 11th century, a time when the Vatican, seeking to tighten its grip, banned priests from marrying, sparking debates that echo even today. The rule of priestly celibacy, a cornerstone of Catholic discipline, wasn't always set in stone, and secret documents in the Vatican's archives reveal fierce battles over its enforcement battles that might still shape the Church's future. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of canon law reforms, blending theological drama with modern questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a secret that could redefine the priesthood? Let's dive in. The Catholic Church's Code of Canon Law governs everything from diocesan operations to the daily lives of priests. But few rules have been as contentious as priestly celibacy. In the early days of Christianity, priests and even bishops married and had families, as evidenced by St. Peter's mother-in-law mentioned in the Gospel of Matthew. But by the 4th century, local councils like the Council of Elvira in 305 AD began imposing chastity requirements, allowing priests to marry but demanding abstinence after ordination. This shift hardened in the 11th century when Pope Gregory VII, aiming to curb corruption and property inheritance by priests' children, banned marriage outright, a rule cemented at the First Lateran Council in 1123. These reforms caused uproar, with clergy in some regions resisting fiercely, as recorded in letters and council minutes now held in the Vatican's 85-kilometre apostolic archives. The sensitivity of these documents lies in their revelation of deep rifts within the Church, debates so heated they were often kept from public view. The issue resurfaced during the 16th century Protestant Reformation, when reformers like Martin Luther rejected celibacy, allowing pastors to marry. The Catholic Church doubled down at the Council of Trent, 1545, 1563, declaring priestly marriages invalid, though internal documents show cardinals like Gasparo Contarini proposed relaxing the rule to lure Protestants back. These proposals were quashed, hidden in the archives to avoid division. Fast forward to the 20th century, and the Second Vatican Council, 1962-1965, saw bishops from Africa and Latin America push for flexibility, citing priest shortages, but fears of schism prevailed. Even today, the debate persists. Pope Francis, in 2023, called celibacy a temporary solution, hinting at possible change. Could secret documents in the Vatican reveal plans to rethink this ancient rule? Let's think critically. The historical push for celibacy was rooted in control, preventing dynasties and ensuring loyalty to the Church, but it's not without flaws. Studies, like those by historian John McNeill, show enforced celibacy has led to issues like clergy burnout or scandals. The Vatican's secrecy about these debates, with archives accessible only to a few scholars, suggests they fear exposing internal conflicts. Yet exceptions like married priests in Eastern Catholic rites prove flexibility is possible. Why guard these records so tightly? To maintain unity or to avoid admitting past mistakes? The broader context shows the Church grappling with tradition versus modernity. The archives, holding sensitive correspondence, could reveal how close the Vatican came to reform. Their history of concealing truths, like the Chinon parchment, suggests caution about public reaction. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine medieval scribes debating celibacy in torchlit halls, their words locked away in Vatican vaults. Why hide these struggles? To preserve discipline or to dodge reform? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a whispered prayer. Could the priesthood change? Next, a terror plot targeting the Vatican. For now, close your eyes, envision those hidden debates, and ask yourself, will the Church ever bend? We're stepping into a modern mystery that pulses with tension and danger. Picture 2014, Vatican City, a beacon of faith visited by millions, suddenly thrust into the crosshairs of global terrorism. Whispers of a plot to bomb the Vatican surface, linked to Al-Qaeda and later ISIS, with Italian police racing to dismantle a shadowy network. The Vatican downplays the threat, but their secretive intelligence network and swift denials raise questions about what they're not telling us. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the 2014 terror plot, blending high-stakes intrigue with critical questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a threat that could have shaken the Holy See? Let's dive in. In April 2015, Italian authorities announced a stunning revelation. A decade-long investigation had uncovered a 2010 Al-Qaeda-linked plot to bomb the Vatican. Wiretaps, collected since 2005, revealed a terrorist cell based in Sardinia, planning a big jihad in Italy. According to prosecutor Mauro Mura, a Pakistani suicide bomber arrived in Rome in March 2010, targeting the crowds of pilgrims in St. Peter's Square. Though not specifically Pope Benedict XVI, the plot never materialized. The bomber left Italy, possibly tipped off by associates when police began closing in. 9 suspects, including 2 purported bodyguards of Osama bin Laden, were arrested, with 9 others still at large. The cell was also linked to the 2009 Peshawar market bombing in Pakistan, which killed over 100 people, showing their deadly reach. The Vatican, through spokesman Federico Lombardi, dismissed the plot as a dated hypothesis with no relevance today, but the swift closure and lack of transparency left many skeptical. Why the secrecy? The Vatican's intelligence network, established in the 16th century under Pope Pius V, has a history of thwarting threats like a 1973 plot against Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir. Yet their refusal to involve Italian police fully, citing sovereignty, raises questions. Could they have known more about the 2010 plot than they let on? The Apostolic Archives, spanning 85 kilometers, might hold classified reports on this and other threats, guarded to protect the Church's image as a secure sanctuary. The timing adds intrigue. In 2010, Benedict XVI faced backlash from a 2006 speech quoting a Byzantine emperor calling Islam evil and inhuman, stirring tensions with Muslim communities. Was the plot retaliation or part of a broader jihadist agenda? Let's think critically. The evidence wiretaps mentioning a kamikaze and jihad is compelling, but the plot's failure and lack of specifics suggest it may have been aspirational rather than imminent. The Vatican's downplaying could reflect confidence in their security, bolstered by the Swiss Guard and Italian cooperation, or a desire to avoid panic among pilgrims. Yet their history of secrecy, seen in cases like the 1983 Orlandi disappearance, hints they might conceal details to maintain calm. The broader context, ISIS's 2014 rise and calls to conquer Rome, shows the Vatican as a symbolic target, amplifying the stakes. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine St. Peter's Square under threat, its sacred calm pierced by whispers of violence. Picture Vatican spies, working in shadows, thwarting a plot we'll never fully know. The 2014 terror plot reveals a church both vulnerable and secretive. Why minimize the threat? To protect faith or hide their own fears? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a distant siren. Could the Vatican face danger again? Next, the Swiss Guard's heroic stand. For now, close your eyes, envision those guarded walls, and ask yourself, how safe is the Vatican? We're stepping into a tale of courage and sacrifice that pulses with the heartbeat of Vatican City. Picture May 6, 1527. Rome is under siege, mercenaries storming the city in a brutal sack, and a small band of Swiss guards, armed with halberds and unwavering loyalty, stand their ground to protect the Pope. Fast forward to today, and these brightly dressed soldiers, often seen as ceremonial, are far more than an elite force guarding the Vatican's secrets. From a heroic stand to modern mysteries, their story raises questions about what they truly protect. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Swiss Guard, blending epic history with hidden intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to meet the Vatican's unsung warriors? Let's dive in. The Swiss Guard's story begins in 1506, when Pope Julius II hired 150 Swiss mercenaries, renowned for their discipline and bravery, to serve as his personal protectors. Their defining moment came during the sack of Rome in 1527, when Holy Roman Emperor Charles V's unpaid army turned on the city, looting and killing. As chaos erupted, 147 of the 189 Swiss guards fought to the death, holding off thousands of mercenaries to buy time for Pope Clement VII to escape through a secret tunnel, the Passetto di Borgo, to the Castel Sant'Angelo. Only 42 survived, escorting the Pope to safety. This sacrifice transformed the Swiss Guard from hired soldiers to a symbol of unwavering loyalty, a legacy that endures in their iconic blue and yellow uniforms and ceremonial halberds. Today, the Swiss Guard numbers about 135 men, all Swiss, Catholic, and rigorously trained, serving as the Pope's personal bodyguard. They guard Vatican entrances, accompany the Pope, and maintain a discreet but formidable presence. But beneath the pageantry lies a deeper role. The 1,998 murders of Commander Alois Estermann and his wife, as we discussed earlier, revealed tensions within their ranks and hinted at their access to Vatican secrets, perhaps financial or political. Their small size and close-knit nature make them privy to the inner workings of the Holy See, raising questions about what they know and protect. Are they merely ceremonial, or do they guard truths hidden in the Vatican's 85-kilometre apostolic archives? Let's think critically. The Swiss Guard's historical heroism is well documented in accounts like those of chronicler Francesco Guicciardini, but their modern role is less clear. Training includes combat skills and intelligence work, suggesting they're more than a tourist attraction. The Vatican's sovereignty allows them to operate independently, as seen in their handling of the 1,998 murders, bypassing Italian police. This autonomy fuels speculation that they safeguard sensitive information, perhaps documents on the 2014 terror plot we just explored. Yet their small numbers and ceremonial duties make large-scale conspiracies unlikely. The archive's restricted access, open to few scholars, suggests the Vatican relies on the Guard to protect more than just the Pope's safety. The broader context shows the Vatican as a fortress of secrets, from relics to coded letters. The Swiss Guard, with their centuries-old oath, are its gatekeepers, a role cemented by their 1,527 sacrifice. Their presence in a modern world, where threats like terrorism loom, underscores their dual role as protectors and symbols. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine those guards standing watch in St. Peter's Square, their halberds gleaming under moonlight. The Swiss Guard's story is one of valor and vigilance. What secrets do they shield? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a sentinel's watch. Are they guarding more than we know? Next, a letter that sparked a religious revolution. For now, close your eyes, envision those steadfast guards, and ask yourself, what do they protect? We're stepping into a tale of royal ambition and religious upheaval that changed the course of Western history. Picture 1530 England, where King Henry VIII, desperate for a male heir, pens a heartfelt letter to Pope Clement VII, begging for a divorce from Queen Catherine of Aragon. This single document, now tucked away in the Vatican's vast archives, sparked a revolution, birthing the Church of England and splitting Christendom in two. But for centuries, it was lost, only to be rediscovered in the 1920s, raising questions about what other secrets the Vatican hides. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of Henry VIII's divorce letter, blending royal drama with Vatican intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a letter that reshaped a faith? Let's dive in. Henry VIII's reign was defined by his obsession with securing the Tudor dynasty. Married to Catherine of Aragon for over 20 years, he faced a crisis. No surviving male heir, only their daughter, Mary. By 1527, Henry was enamored with Anne Boleyn, believing she could give him a son, but Catholic doctrine held marriage as sacred, and divorce was nearly impossible for a king. Henry's solution was to seek an annulment, claiming his marriage to Catherine, his late brother's widow, was invalid under biblical law. In 1530, he sent a formal letter to Pope Clement VII, detailing his case and pleading for papal approval. This letter, preserved in the Vatican's apostolic archives, was a bold move, blending personal desperation with political strategy. But Clement, under pressure from Catherine's nephew, Emperor Charles V, refused, fearing a diplomatic fallout. The rejection set off a chain reaction. Henry broke with Rome, declared himself head of the Church of England, and annulled his marriage, igniting the English Reformation. The letter itself is a historical gem, a raw glimpse into a king's heart, and a pivotal moment in religious history. Lost for centuries among the Vatican's 85 kilometers of archives, it was rediscovered in the 1920s, a testament to the Church's secretive grip on sensitive documents. Why was it hidden for so long? The Vatican's archives, accessible only to a select few scholars, guard records that could expose the Church's political maneuverings. Henry's letter, while not heretical, reveals the Vatican's delicate balancing act caught between a powerful king and an even more powerful emperor. Releasing such documents could highlight the Church's role in sparking one of history's greatest schisms, a stain on its legacy of unity. Let's think critically. The letter's existence is confirmed, and its rediscovery aligns with the Vatican's pattern of selectively revealing records, like the Chinon parchment after 700 years. But why conceal it for centuries? Perhaps to avoid scrutiny of the Church's refusal, which pushed England toward Protestantism. The broader context shows a Vatican navigating a fractured Europe, with the Reformation challenging its authority. Henry's break, fueled by this letter's rejection, set a precedent for national churches, weakening Rome's grip. Could other letters from this era, still hidden, reveal more about the Vatican's role in shaping or failing to prevent this divide? As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, Imagine Henry VIII, quill in hand, pleading with a distant pope, unaware his words would fracture a faith. Picture that letter, locked in a Vatican vault, its ink holding the weight of a revolution. The story of Henry VIII's divorce letter is one of ambition and consequence. Why was it buried for so long? To protect the church's image, or to hide its missteps? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a royal decree in the dark. Could one letter really change the world? Next, the forgotten African popes who shaped Christianity. For now, close your eyes, envision that fateful letter sealed away, and ask yourself, what else did it spark? We're stepping into a forgotten chapter of the Catholic Church, one that challenges the image of a Eurocentric papacy. Picture the late 2nd century, a time when Christianity was still a fledgling faith, spreading across the Roman Empire. In this era, 3 men from North Africa, Victor I, Miltiades, and Gelasius I rose to become popes, wielding immense influence and shaping the Church's early traditions. Their stories, tucked away in the Vatican's vast archives, reveal a diversity rarely celebrated, raising questions about why these African popes are so little known. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the African popes, blending historical depth with thought-provoking intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a hidden legacy of faith? Let's dive in. The first African pope, Victor I, served from 189 to 199 AD, a time when Christianity faced persecution. Born in North Africa, likely in modern-day Tunisia or Libya, Victor made a landmark decision. He standardized Easter's celebration on a Sunday, unifying a divided church. This move, recorded in early Christian texts like Eusebius's Church History, strengthened Christian identity across the empire. Next came Miltiades, pope from 311 to 314 AD, during a pivotal moment when Emperor Constantine legalized Christianity. Also from North Africa, Miltiades oversaw the church's transition from underground sect to public faith, adopting Latin for services instead of Greek, a shift that shaped Western Catholicism. Finally, Gelasius I, reigning from 492 to 496 AD, was known for his liturgical reforms and insistence that the church's wealth be used for charity, urging care for the poor and opposing lingering pagan rituals. These 3 popes, hailing from a region rich in Roman intellectual culture, proved that faith transcended borders and skin color in the early church. Why are these stories buried? The Vatican's apostolic archives, spanning 85 kilometers, hold records of their reigns, but they're rarely highlighted in mainstream Catholic narratives. This obscurity raises questions about selective history. In an era when the Church emphasizes its universal mission, why downplay its African roots? The archive's restricted access, limited to a few scholars, suggests the Vatican might guard these records to maintain a Eurocentric image, especially in later centuries when colonialism tied Christianity to European dominance. Could documents detailing their contributions reveal a church more diverse than we've been told? Let's think critically. The existence of African popes is well documented in early sources like the Liber Pontificalis, but their marginalization in modern accounts could reflect biases in how history is taught. North Africa in the Roman Empire was a cultural hub, producing figures like Augustine of Hippo, so it's no surprise it birthed popes. Yet the Vatican's focus on European popes, like those tied to Rome or Italy, overshadows this diversity. The archive's secrecy, seen in cases like the Chinon parchment, hidden for 700 years, suggests they could hold more records of these popes' impact, perhaps letters or decrees that challenge a monolithic narrative. The broader context shows a church navigating a diverse empire in its early days, only to centralize power in Europe later. The African popes' contributions unifying rituals, embracing Latin, prioritizing charity-laid foundations for Catholicism's global spread. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine these African leaders in Rome's sacred halls, their voices shaping a young faith. Why are their stories so quiet? To preserve a Eurocentric myth, or simply lost to time? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a desert wind. Could the Vatican's archives reveal a more diverse church? Next, a trial that crushed a legendary order. For now, close your eyes, envision those African popes' legacy, and ask yourself, why were they forgotten? We're stepping into a tale of betrayal and redemption that echoes through the ages. Picture 1307, France, where the Knights Templar warrior monks revered for protecting pilgrims during the Crusaders' era, arrested en masse, accused of heresy and blasphemy. Under pressure from King Philip IV, Pope Clement V dissolves their order. But centuries later, a secret document in the Vatican's archives, the Chinon parchment, reveals a shocking truth. The Templars were absolved of their crimes. Hidden for 700 years, this document raises questions about why the Vatican buried it and what else they conceal. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Knights Templar trial, blending medieval drama with Vatican intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to uncover a secret that rewrites a legendary betrayal? Let's dive in. The Knights Templar, founded in 1119, were a powerhouse in medieval Europe, amassing wealth and influence through banking and military prowess. By the 14th century, their riches made them targets. King Philip IV of France, deep in debt to the Templars, saw an opportunity. On the 13th of October, 1307, he ordered their mass arrest, charging them with heinous crimes, idolatry, spitting on the cross, and demonic worship. Under brutal torture, many knights confessed, though historians like Barbara Frail argue these were coerced. Pope Clement V, pressured by Philip's political clout, issued the 1312 papal bull Vox in Excelso, dissolving the order. Grand Master Jacques de Molay and other leaders were burned at the stake, their legacy tarnished for centuries. But in 2001, the Chinon parchment, discovered in the Vatican's apostolic archives, revealed a stunning twist. In 1308, Clement V secretly absolved the Templars of heresy during a private hearing, suggesting they were innocent victims of a political scheme. Why hide this absolution? The Vatican's 85-kilometer archives, accessible only to select scholars, are a fortress of sensitive truths. The Chinon parchment, misplaced or deliberately concealed, shows the Church's willingness to suppress inconvenient facts to protect its image or avoid conflict with powerful monarchs. The Templar trial exposed the Vatican's vulnerability to secular power, as Philip's influence forced Clement's hand. Releasing the parchment in the 14th century could have challenged the Church's authority, admitting a grave injustice. Even today, the archive's secrecy fuels speculation that other Templar documents, perhaps detailing their wealth or secret rites, remain hidden, guarding truths too explosive to reveal. Let's think critically. The Chinon parchment, published in 2007, is authentic, with Clement's seal, but its late discovery raises questions. Was it lost in the chaos of Napoleon's 1809 archive seizure, or intentionally buried to avoid revisiting a shameful episode? The Templars' wealth, rumoured to include treasures like the Holy Grail, might be a myth, but their financial power was real. Could the Vatican hold records of seized Templar assets, kept secret to avoid claims? The Church's history of concealing documents, like those from the 1922 financial crisis, suggests a pattern of selective disclosure. The broader context shows a Church navigating a delicate balance of spiritual and temporal power. The Templar trial, driven by greed and politics, mirrors other Vatican secrets, like the suppressed letter of Mary, Queen of Scots. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine knights in white cloaks facing fiery stakes, their absolution locked in a Vatican vault. Why conceal their innocence? To protect papal authority, or to hide stolen wealth? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a medieval chant. Could the Templars' secrets still lie hidden? Next, a forged document that empowered the Church. For now, Close your eyes, envision those absolved knights, and ask yourself, what else was buried? We're stepping into a tale of deception so grand it empowered the Catholic Church for centuries. Picture the 8th century, a time when the papacy was forging its authority in a fractured Europe. A document emerges, claiming Emperor Constantine the Great, cured of leprosy by Pope Sylvester I, gifted half the Roman Empire to the Church. Known as the Donation of Constantine, this text was wielded as proof of papal supremacy, shaping medieval power struggles. But in the 15th century, it was exposed as a forgery, a lie crafted to boost the Vatican's influence. Hidden in the Vatican's vast archives, its story raises questions about what other secrets the Church conceals. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Donation of Constantine, blending medieval intrigue with critical questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to uncover a deception that changed history? Let's dive in. The Donation of Constantine, first cited in the 8th century, was a cornerstone of papal power. According to the document, Constantine, struck by leprosy, was miraculously healed by Pope Sylvester I's prayers. In gratitude, he supposedly granted the Pope control over Rome, Italy, and the Western Roman Empire, along with spiritual supremacy over all Christians. For centuries, this text was a papal trump card, used to justify land claims and authority over kings. In the 8th century, Pope Stephen II invoked it to secure territory from Pepin the Short, creating the Papal States. The document's influence persisted, bolstering the Church's claim as the ultimate arbiter of Christian Europe. But in 1440, Italian scholar Lorenzo Valla shattered this narrative. Using linguistic analysis, he proved the donation was a forgery, its Latin style and historical details inconsistent with the 4th century. Likely crafted by Vatican scribes, it was a calculated lie to cement papal power. Why did the Vatican guard this secret? The apostolic archives, spanning 85 kilometers, hold countless documents, many restricted to protect the Church's image. The donation's exposure as a fake was a blow, revealing the Vatican's willingness to manipulate history. Even after Valla's findings, the Church was slow to admit the truth, and the document's legacy lingered in its archives. Could other forgeries, or documents exposing papal missteps, remain hidden? The Vatican's secrecy, limiting access to a few scholars, fuels speculation that they conceal truths to maintain authority, much like the suppressed Chinon parchment we discussed earlier. Let's think critically. Valla's analysis, detailed in The False Donation of Constantine, is a landmark in historical criticism, using evidence like anachronistic terms to debunk the text. The forgery's purpose likely to counter Byzantine claims or secure Carolingian support is clear, but its long acceptance shows the Church's sway over medieval minds. The Vatican's archives might hold records of how the forgery was crafted, or why it was perpetuated, but their inaccessibility keeps these secrets buried. Could similar documents, justifying papal actions, still shape our view of history? The broader context reveals a church wielding documents as weapons. The donation empowered popes to challenge kings, shaping Europe's political landscape. Its exposure weakened that authority, fueling Reformation critiques. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine medieval scribes forging a text to crown the Church supreme. Picture the donation, locked in a Vatican vault, its lies exposed yet still potent. Why keep such secrets? To protect faith or power? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a whispered decree. What other lies shaped history? Next, a theory linking Moses to an Egyptian prince. For now, close your eyes, envision that forged scroll, and ask yourself, what else did the Vatican fabricate? We're stepping into a theory so bold it bridges two ancient civilizations. Picture ancient Egypt, around 1400 BC, where a prince named Thutmose stands poised to inherit the throne of Pharaoh Amenhotep III. Now imagine the biblical Moses, leading the Israelites out of slavery, parting the Red Sea. What if these two were the same person? Was Moses Prince Thutmose? Theory suggests this Egyptian royal became the Hebrew prophet, and whispers hint that the Vatican's vast archives might hold clues to this audacious link. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of Moses and Thutmose, blending biblical epic with Egyptian intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to question the origins of a biblical hero? Let's dive in. The theory hinges on striking parallels. The name Moses, meaning son or born in Hebrew, echoes Mose in Egyptian, as in Thutmose, meaning son of Thoth, the god of wisdom. Proponents, like historian Ahmed Osman in Moses and Akhenaten, argue Thutmose, a prince of the 18th dynasty, was ousted in a power struggle, possibly due to his revolutionary ideas. Exiled, he could have led a group of followers, perhaps the Hebrews across the Red Sea, laying the foundations for Judaism. The Bible's account of Moses, raised in Pharaoh's court yet fleeing after killing an Egyptian, aligns with a prince turned outcast. Egyptian influences in Jewish rituals, like the Ark of the Covenant resembling sacred Egyptian chests, suggest cultural ties. Could the Vatican, with its 85-kilometer apostolic archives, hold ancient texts, perhaps early Jewish or Christian writings that connect Moses to Thutmose, guarded to avoid theological upheaval? Why would the Vatican hide such evidence? The archives, accessible only to a select few scholars, are known for concealing sensitive documents, like the Chinon parchment or Henry VIII's letter. A text linking Moses to an Egyptian prince could challenge the Bible's narrative, portraying Moses as a historical figure shaped by politics, not just divine will. This might unsettle both Jewish and Christian traditions, questioning the uniqueness of their origins. The Church's history of suppressing alternative narratives, like the Gnostic Gospels, suggests they'd guard such a document to protect doctrinal purity. Let's think critically. The theory is tantalizing but lacks hard evidence. Egyptian records mention Thutmose, possibly a son or grandson of Amenhotep III, but his fate is unclear. Some believe he died young, others that he was exiled. The biblical timeline for Moses, roughly 1400 BC, aligns loosely with the 18th dynasty, but no Egyptian source names a Hebrew exodus led by a prince. The similarities in names and rituals could reflect cultural exchange, not identity. The Vatican's archives, while vast, primarily hold Christian texts, making it unlikely they'd possess direct evidence of an Egyptian Moses. Yet their secrecy fuels speculation that such a text could exist, perhaps acquired during the Crusades or from early Christian communities. The broader context shows Egypt and Israel intertwined, with trade and conquest shaping both cultures. The Vatican, as a collector of ancient knowledge, might hold fragments of this story, but their silence keeps it in the realm of theory. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a prince in exile, leading his people through a parted sea. Picture a Vatican vault, hiding scrolls that blur faith and history. Why conceal such a truth? To preserve sacred stories, or avoid a clash of faiths? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like desert sands. Could Moses have been Thutmose? Next, a sect that challenged early Christianity. For now, close your eyes, envision that exiled prince, and ask yourself, was he the Moses of legend? We're stepping into a forgotten corner of early Christianity, a world of mystical beliefs that challenge the foundations of the faith we know today. Picture the 2nd century AD, when a secretive sect called the Sethians believed Seth, the third son of Adam and Eve, was no mere mortal but a divine figure carrying sacred knowledge to free humanity's souls. Branded heretics by the early church, their teachings were suppressed, their texts destroyed, perhaps hidden in the Vatican's vast archives. Could these ancient writings hold truths about the universe that the Church deemed too dangerous to reveal? As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Sethians, blending esoteric intrigue with historical depth to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a lost faith that dared to question God's creation? Let's dive in. The Sethians were a Gnostic sect, thriving before Christianity became Rome's official religion. Unlike mainstream Christians, they believed the universe was created by a flawed, malevolent deity named Yaldabaoth, who trapped divine spark human souls in physical bodies. Seth, in their view, was a divine incarnation, sent to reveal secret knowledge, or gnosis, that could liberate souls from this material prison. Their texts, blending Greek philosophy from Plato and Jewish mysticism, saw the biblical story of Eden differently. Eating the forbidden fruit was not a sin, but a bold act of rebellion against Yaldabaoth's tyranny, a step toward enlightenment. These radical ideas, detailed in texts like the Apocryphon of Joan, put them at odds with emerging Christian orthodoxy, which condemned them as heretics by the 3rd century, leading to their texts' destruction or concealment. Why would the Vatican hold Sethian writings? The Apostolic Archives, spanning 85 kilometers, are a repository of suppressed texts, from Gnostic Gospels to banned books like those in the Index Librorum Prohibitorum. When Christianity solidified under Emperor Constantine at the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, non-orthodox sects like the Sethians were erased, their teachings burned or buried. Yet the Vatican, as a collector of knowledge, likely seized such texts during crackdowns to study or control them. The 1945 discovery of the Nag Hammadi Library, containing Gnostic texts, proves some survived. Could the Vatican's archives hold more, hidden to avoid challenging Catholic doctrine on creation and salvation? Their restricted access, limited to a few scholars, fuels speculation that Sethian writings might reveal a different Christianity. Let's think critically. The Sethians' existence is confirmed by early church fathers like Irenaeus, who condemned their beliefs in against heresies. The Nag Hammadi texts provide primary evidence, but no direct Sethian manuscripts are known to be in the Vatican. Their secrecy, seen in cases like the Chinon parchment, suggests they could hold such texts to prevent theological upheaval. Yet the Sethians' ideas, blending philosophy and mysticism, might have been too fragmented to preserve, or destroyed in purges. The broader context shows a church consolidating power by silencing alternative voices, as seen with the Gnostics' marginalization. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine ancient scrolls in a Vatican vault, whispering of a divine Seth. Why suppress these ideas? To protect faith or control truth? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a mystic chant. Could the Sethians hold lost wisdom? Next, a sacred coffin tied to the true cross. For now, close your eyes, envision those forbidden texts and ask yourself, what did the Sethians know? We're stepping into a tale of faith and pilgrimage that resonates with the heart of Christianity. Picture 326 AD, Jerusalem, where Saint Helena, mother of Emperor Constantine, embarks on a quest to find the true cross, the very wood where Jesus was crucified. Her journey leads to a discovery that shapes the faith, and after her death, she's laid to rest in a magnificent sarcophagus of red porphyry, now tied to the Vatican's sacred legacy. But her remains, scattered across Europe, and the origins of her coffin raise questions about what the Vatican hides in its vast collections. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of St. Helena's coffin, blending devotion with intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a relic tied to the heart of the Christian story? Let's dive in. Saint Helena, born around 250 AD, in humble circumstances, became a pivotal figure when her son, Constantine, legalized Christianity in the Roman Empire. Converted later in life, she dedicated her final years to pilgrimages, building churches, and seeking sacred relics. In 326, she traveled to Jerusalem, where tradition says she uncovered 3 crosses beneath a pagan temple. To identify the true cross, she had each placed on a dying woman, who miraculously revived upon touching the third. This discovery cemented Helena's legacy as a saint, and after her death around 330, she was buried in a stunning sarcophagus of red porphyria, rare stone reserved for imperial elites, carved with scenes of warriors and battles. The coffin seems an odd fit for a woman of faith, leading some historians to speculate it was originally crafted for Constantine himself, reassigned to honor his mother's devotion. Now housed in the Vatican museums, it's a testament to her impact, but her scattered remains tell a stranger tale. Helena's bones became victims of the medieval relic craze, when churches and nobles sought saintly fragments for blessings and prestige. Today, parts of her remains are venerated in Paris's Saint-Leu, Gilles, Rome's Santa Maria in Aracoeli, and Trier, Germany, once a Roman capital. Venetian crusaders during the Fourth Crusade reportedly took some to a church on the island of St. Helena. The Vatican's role in this dispersal is unclear, but their vast collection of relics, guarded in the 85-kilometre apostolic archives and museums, suggests they may hold undocumented fragments or records. Why the secrecy? Exposing Helena's remains could invite scrutiny of their authenticity or the Church's relic trade, a practice criticized during the Reformation. Let's think critically. The true cross story, recorded by historians like Eusebius, is steeped in tradition but lacks contemporary evidence. The sarcophagus, dated to the 4th century, is authentic, but its martial imagery fuels debate about its original purpose. The Vatican's archives, restricted to a few scholars, might hold documents clarifying Helena's burial or relic dispersal, but their silence seen in cases like the Chinon parchment suggests caution to avoid controversy. The broader context shows a church capitalizing on relics to draw pilgrims, yet wary of challenges to their legitimacy. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine Helena's sarcophagus in a Vatican hall, its stone whispering of her sacred quest. Why scatter her remains? To spread faith or profit from it? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a relic's glow. What secrets does her coffin hold? Next, the cursed coins of Judas. For now, close your eyes, envision that porphyry tomb, and ask yourself, what did Helena leave behind? We're stepping into a tale so haunting, it's etched into the very soul of Christianity. Picture Jerusalem, 33 AD, where Judas Iscariot, one of Jesus' 12 disciples, betrays his master for 30 pieces of silver, a sum that seals his name as a symbol of treachery. These coins, tied to the crucifixion, are said to carry a curse, and legends whisper that they may lie hidden in the Vatican's vast archives or secret vaults, their whereabouts a mystery that spans 2 millennia. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of Judas's 30 pieces of silver, blending biblical drama with chilling intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to face the cursed coins of betrayal? Let's dive in. The story of Judas's 30 pieces of silver, recounted in the Gospel of Matthew, is one of the Bible's most infamous episodes. Paid by the chief priests to betray Jesus, Judas handed over his teacher, leading to the crucifixion. Overcome with guilt, he tried to return the coins, but when refused, he threw them down and hanged himself. The priests used the money to buy a potter's field, known as the Field of Blood, for burying strangers. Scholars estimate these were Tyrian shekels, silver coins weighing about 14 grams each, totaling roughly 420 grams of near-pure silver worth just over $300 today. A modest sum for such a monumental betrayal, their value lies in their spiritual weight. By the Middle Ages, relics claiming to be Judas's coins surfaced across Europe, venerated or feared as cursed objects said to bring misfortune to their owners. Why would the Vatican hold such relics? The Apostolic Archives, spanning 85 kilometers, and the Vatican Museums house countless sacred artifacts, from the true cross to saints' bones. The 30 pieces, if authentic, would be among the most potent, tied directly to Jesus' sacrifice. Legends suggest they were collected by the Church to prevent their misuse, perhaps locked in the high-security vault built in 1980. The Vatican's secrecy, limiting access to a few scholars, fuels speculation that these coinsaw records of their fatia hidden to avoid controversy. Their curse, believed to taint anyone who possesses them, might be reason enough to keep them concealed, protecting the faithful from spiritual peril. Let's think critically. The biblical account is clear, but no physical evidence of the coins exists. Medieval relic markets were rife with fakes, and the 30 pieces could be among them, crafted to draw pilgrims. The Vatican's history of guarding relics, like St. Helena's remains, suggests they might hold such artifacts, but their silence seen in cases like the Chinon parchment implies caution. Could the coins be symbolic? Their curse, a theological warning against betrayal? The broader context shows a church adept at controlling sacred narratives, using relics to inspire devotion while suppressing those that challenge doctrine. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine those silver coins, glinting with the weight of betrayal, locked in a Vatican vault. Why hide them? To shield faith or conceal a curse? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a somber hymn. Would you dare touch Judas's coins? Next, a modern clash with a secretive order. For now, close your eyes, envision those cursed coins, and ask yourself, what power do they hold? We're stepping into a modern clash that reignites a centuries-old feud between the Vatican and a secretive brotherhood. Picture 2013, the picturesque Alpine resort of Megève, France, where Father Pascal Vessin, a Catholic priest, is stripped of his duties for refusing to renounce his membership in the Grand Orient de France, a prominent Freemason lodge. This dramatic expulsion, ordered by the Vatican itself, exposes a deep rift between the Church and Freemasonry, a conflict rooted in politics, faith, and suspicion. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the 2013 French Freemason affair, blending modern drama with historical tension to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a secret society's clash with the Holy See? Let's dive in. Father Pascal Vessin had served as parish priest of Saint-Anne-d'Arlay, Montjoie in Megève, since 2004, a respected figure in this elite ski town. In 2013, his bishop, Yves Boisvenot, received a directive from the Vatican's Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, the Church's doctrinal watchdog, demanding Vessin's removal for his active membership in the Grand Orient de France, a major Masonic lodge known for its secular and liberal stance. Freemasonry, a fraternal order dating back to the 18th century, promotes brotherhood and charity, but has been condemned by popes since 1738 as anti-Christian and anti-clerical, with membership forbidden for Catholics under penalty of excommunication. Vessin, who held liberal views supporting priestly marriage and opposing protests against same-sex marriage, refused to abandon his lodge, leading to his swift suspension. The diocese emphasized that the penalty wasn't final, holding out hope for reconciliation, but Vessin stood firm, exposing a modern flashpoint in an ancient rivalry. Why does this matter? The Vatican's archives, spanning 85 kilometers, likely hold records of this and earlier clashes with Freemasonry, such as the 1904 Affaire des Fiches, when French Freemasons compiled secret files on Catholic military officers, sparking a scandal that fueled anti-Catholic laws. The Church's long-standing ban, rooted in fears of Masonic influence over politics and society, persists, and Vessin's case shows it's still enforced. Could the archives conceal documents detailing Masonic infiltration or Vatican countermeasures? The secrecy, with access limited to a few scholars, suggests the Church guards these records to avoid exposing internal vulnerabilities or historical embarrassments. Let's think critically. The Vatican's stance, reaffirmed in a 1983 declaration by Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, later Pope Benedict XVI, views Freemasonry as incompatible with Catholicism due to its secular philosophy and secretive rituals. Yet Vessin's liberal views align with many modern Catholics, suggesting the Church's reaction was as much about control as doctrine. The Grand Orient's role in French secularism, seen in laws like the 1905 separation of church and state, fuels the Vatican's suspicion. However, the lack of public evidence of Vessin's Masonic activities harming his priesthood raises questions about proportionality. The broader context shows a church wary of secret societies, from the 18th century ban under Pope Clement XII to modern conspiracy theories linking Freemasonry to global control. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a priest caught between faith and fraternity, his fate sealed by a Vatican decree. Why such a harsh response? To protect doctrine or suppress dissent? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a whispered oath. Could the Vatican fear Freemasonry's influence? Next, a prophet's warning to a pope. For now, close your eyes, envision that priests stand, and ask yourself, what divides these powers? Picture 1560, France, where Nostradamus, the famed seer whose cryptic verses predicted wars and disasters, pens a letter to Pope Pius IV, warning of turmoil that could shake the Church itself. This letter, rumoured to be hidden in the Vatican's vast archives, is said to foretell cataclysms and the fall of empires, its contents so unsettling they've been kept from the world. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of Nostradamus's letter to the Pope, blending mystic intrigue with historical questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to peer into the visions of a prophet? Let's dive in. Michel de Nostradame, known as Nostradamus, was a 16th century physician and astrologer whose book Les Prophéties captivated Europe with its enigmatic quatrains. Published in 1555, his predictions, vague yet haunting, seemed to foreshadow events like the French Revolution and World War II. As a Catholic, Nostradamus navigated a delicate line, avoiding charges of heresy while gaining favour with figures like Catherine de' Medici. In 1560, he reportedly wrote to Pope Pius IV, a reformer facing the Protestant Reformation's upheaval. The letter, according to legend, warned of coming wars, plagues, and a crisis for the Church, possibly hinting at its decline. Stored in the Vatican's 85-kilometre apostolic archives, this document, if it exists, remains hidden, perhaps to prevent panic or protect the Church's authority during a turbulent era. Why would the Vatican conceal such a letter? The archives, accessible only to a select few scholars, are known for guarding sensitive texts. From the Chinon parchment to Henry VIII's divorce letter, Nostradamus's warnings, with their potential to stir fear or undermine papal confidence, could have been deemed too dangerous for public view. His Catholic faith made him a respected figure, but his astrological predictions skirted heresy, a risky proposition in an age when the Inquisition burned books and people alike. By locking away his letter, the Vatican might have aimed to control the narrative, ensuring his visions didn't fuel rebellion or doubt among the faithful. Let's think critically. No definitive evidence confirms the letter's existence. It's largely a legend tied to Nostradamus's fame. His quatrains, studied by scholars like Peter Lemessurier, are notoriously ambiguous, open to endless interpretation. If the letter exists, it might be a routine correspondence, not a prophetic bombshell. Yet the Vatican's history of secrecy, seen in their handling of the 1,922 financial crisis documents, suggests they could hide such a text to avoid speculation. The 16th century was a time of crisis for the Church, with Protestantism splitting Europe. A prophetic warning, even if vague, could have exacerbated fears of decline. The broader context shows a Church wary of mystical claims. Nostradamus's predictions, blending astrology and faith, challenged Catholic orthodoxy, much like the alchemical texts we explored earlier. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine Nostradamus scrawling his visions by candlelight, his words sealed in a Vatican vault. Why hide his letter? To protect faith, or silence a seer's warning? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a cryptic verse. Could Nostradamus have foreseen the Church's fate? Next, a manuscript that defies decoding. For now, close your eyes, envision that prophetic letter, and ask yourself, what did Nostradamus see? Picture a 15th century manuscript, its pages filled with strange symbols, otherworldly plants, and cryptic diagrams, written in a code no one can crack. This is the Voynich manuscript, a book that may have passed through the Vatican's hands, possibly linked to the alchemist John Dee. Is it a lost key to forbidden knowledge? or an elaborate hoax? Could it be hidden in the Vatican's vast archives, its secrets guarded to this day? As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Voynich manuscript, blending arcane intrigue with historical questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to decode a mystery that defies time? Let's dive in. The Voynich manuscript, named after Wilfrid Voynich, who acquired it in 1912, is a 240-page enigma, likely from the early 15th century. Its vellum pages feature an unknown script, accompanied by drawings of fantastical plants, astronomical charts, and mysterious figures. Carbon dating places it between 1404 and 1438, but its language in neither Latin, Greek, nor any known alphabet stumped experts, from Renaissance codebreakers to modern AI. Theories abound. It could be a cipher hiding alchemical secrets, a lost language, or a deliberate hoax. John Dee, the 16th century alchemist we discussed earlier, is linked to the manuscript. Dee visited Rome in 1564, possibly offering it to the Vatican, where it might have been stored in the Apostolic Archives, a 85-kilometer repository of forbidden texts. If the Vatican holds it, or records of it, why keep it secret? Perhaps its contents, whether occult wisdom or heresy, threaten the Church's authority. The Vatican's connection is speculative but tantalizing. The archives, accessible only to select scholars, are known for guarding sensitive works, like the Grand Grimoire or the Chinon parchment. Dee, a Catholic-born scholar who dabbled in angel communication, could have shared the manuscript with papal authorities, who might have seen it as dangerous. Its cryptic nature, blending science and mysticism, aligns with alchemical texts the Church collected during heresy trials. Hiding it would prevent misuse or theological upheaval, especially if it contains knowledge, say, about cosmology or forbidden rituals that challenges Catholic doctrine. The archive's secrecy, reinforced by the 1,980 volts high-tech security, fuels speculation that the manuscript, or clues to its meaning, remains locked away. Let's think critically. The manuscript's authenticity is confirmed by carbon dating, but its purpose is unclear. Scholars like William R. Newman suggest it might be a coded alchemical treatise, while others, like Gordon Rugg, argue it's a hoax, its language generated by random patterns. The Vatican link relies on Dee's travels, but no direct evidence places the manuscript in their hands. The Church's history of suppressing esoteric texts, seen in the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, supports the idea they'd conceal it, but it could also be lost elsewhere, as many documents were during Napoleon's 1809 Archiveseizure. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a Vatican vault holding a book of undeciphered symbols, its secrets whispering of lost knowledge. Why hide it? To protect faith or conceal truth? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like an unreadable script. What does the Voynich manuscript say? Next, the Vatican's link to the atomic bomb. For now, close your eyes, envision those cryptic pages, and ask yourself, is it wisdom or trickery? We're stepping into a tale that feels like a Cold War conspiracy thriller. Picture the 1940s, as the world teeters on the brink of destruction, and the Manhattan Project, the secret US effort to build the atomic bomb, unfolds in hidden labs. Whispers suggest the Vatican, with its global network and moral weight, was privy to details of this devastating weapon, shared by Catholic scientists or intelligence sources. Could the Church's vast archives hold classified documents about this pivotal moment, kept secret to grapple with the ethical fallout of nuclear power? As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Vatican and the Manhattan Project, blending modern intrigue with ethical questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a secret that could tie the Vatican to humanity's deadliest invention? Let's dive in. The Manhattan Project, launched in 1942, was a top-secret US program to develop the atomic bomb, culminating in the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. It involved scientists like J. Robert Oppenheimer and Enrico Fermi, some of whom were Catholic or had ties to Catholic institutions. Rumors persist that these scientists, grappling with the moral implications of their work, shared details with Vatican contacts, perhaps through confessors or diplomatic channels seeking guidance or absolution. The Vatican, with its 16th century intelligence network and global reach, was well positioned to receive such information. Pope Pius XII, who led the Church during World War II, was known for his diplomatic maneuvering, balancing neutrality with quiet interventions. Could the Apostolic Archives, spanning 85 kilometers, hold letters or reports detailing the Vatican's knowledge of the bomb, hidden to avoid implicating the Church in a moral quagmire? Why conceal such secrets? The archives, accessible only to a select few scholars, are notorious for guarding sensitive truths, like the Chinon parchment or financial records from the 1922 crisis. Nuclear weapons posed a profound ethical challenge for the Church, which condemns indiscriminate destruction. Documents revealing Vatican awareness could expose a failure to act or even tacit complicity, damaging its moral authority. The Church's post-war silence on the bomb, despite Pius XII's 1943 encyclical condemning weapons of mass destruction, suggests they knew enough to worry but not enough to intervene, chose not to. Hiding such records would protect the Vatican's image as a moral beacon while avoiding questions about its wartime neutrality. Let's think critically. The evidence for Vatican involvement is thin, relying on speculation rather than declassified documents. Catholic scientists like Fermi had no documented direct contact with the Vatican, and Pius XII's public statements avoided specifics about nuclear technology. The archives might hold unrelated wartime correspondence, but linking them to the Manhattan Project stretches credulity without proof. Yet the Vatican's history of secrecy, seen in cases like the 2014 terror plot, fuels suspicion. The Church's observatory, collaborating with scientists, shows their interest in cutting-edge science, making it plausible they received whispers of the project. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a Vatican vault holding letters from scientists, confessing their fears about a world-altering weapon. Why hide such knowledge? To preserve moral credibility or avoid accountability? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a distant explosion. Did the Vatican know about the bomb? Next, a hidden war with a shadowy order. For now, close your eyes, envision those classified letters, and ask yourself, what did the Vatican know? We're diving into a tale that feels ripped from the pages of a conspiracy thriller. Picture 1776, Bavaria, where a secretive group known as the Illuminati is founded, their mission whispered to be the overthrow of religion and monarchy. For centuries, the Vatican, the heart of Catholic power, has viewed them as a shadowy threat, a rival force plotting to dismantle the Church. Rumors suggest the Vatican's vast archives hold documents detailing this silent war, letters, reports, or edicts, exposing clashes with this enigmatic order. Could these hidden records reveal a battle that still shapes the world? As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Vatican's secret war with the Illuminati, blending intrigue with critical questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a conspiracy that pits faith against secrecy? Let's dive in. The Illuminati, formerly the Order of the Illuminati, was founded by Adam Weishaupt in 1776, aiming to promote Enlightenment ideals like reason and secularism, challenging the Church's influence. Branded heretics, they were banned by the Bavarian government in 1785, but conspiracy theories claim they survived underground, infiltrating global institutions. The Vatican, since Pope Clement XII's 1738 bull in Eminenti, has condemned secret societies like the Illuminati, seeing their rituals and influence as anti-Christian. Documents from the 18th century, possibly stored in the 85-kilometer Apostolic Archives, might detail Vatican efforts to counter this threat, perhaps through spies or diplomatic pressure. The Church's fear wasn't baseless. The Illuminati's ideas fueled the French Revolution, which toppled Catholic monarchies. Could these records, kept secret to avoid exposing Vatican tactics, reveal a centuries-long struggle? Why hide such documents? The archives, accessible only to select scholars, guard sensitive truths, like the Chinon parchment or details of the 1922 financial crisis. Revealing a war with the Illuminati could expose Vatican espionage or compromises, tarnishing its spiritual image. The Church's ongoing ban on Freemasonry, seen in the 2013 French Freemason affair, shows their wariness of secretive orders. If Illuminati documents exist, their secrecy might prevent modern conspiracy theories from gaining traction, linking the group to everything from global finance to the New World Order. Let's think critically. The historical Illuminati were a short-lived group, disbanded by 1785, with no evidence of long-term survival. Conspiracy theories, as John Robinson's 1797 book, Proofs of a Conspiracy shows, often exaggerate their influence. The Vatican's archives likely hold anti-Masonic decrees, but specific Illuminati records are speculative. The Church's secrecy, however, fuels suspicion, mirroring their handling of sensitive texts like Nostradamus's letter. The broader context of Church, defending its authority against Enlightenment ideals, suggests they viewed groups like the Illuminati as existential threats. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine Vatican scribes penning warnings about a shadowy order, their words locked in a secret vault. Why conceal this war? To protect faith, or hide their own power plays? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a whispered plot. Could the Illuminati still haunt the Vatican? Next, a relic that challenges history itself. For now, close your eyes, envision those hidden letters, and ask yourself, was the Illuminati real? We're stepping into a mystery that intertwines faith, science, and the Secreta relic so profound it's captivated the world for centuries. Picture a linen cloth 14 feet long, bearing the faint image of a crucified man, believed by millions to be Jesus Christ himself. This is the Shroud of Turin, housed in Turin's cathedral but closely tied to the Vatican, which has studied it in secret for decades. Its origins are debated, divine artifact or medieval forgery. Could the Vatican's vast archives hold documents that reveal its true nature, hidden to protect faith or conceal inconvenient truths? As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Shroud of Turin's secrets, blending reverence with scientific intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to question the cloth that might bear Christ's image? Let's dive in. The Shroud of Turin first emerged in historical records in the 1350s in Liéry, France, displayed as a holy relic. Its faint images showing a man with wounds matching the Crucifixion drew pilgrims, but a 1389 bishop's report called it a painting, sparking debate. By the 16th century, it was enshrined in Turin, under the House of Savoy, later coming under Vatican oversight. The Church has never officially declared it authentic, but popes, including John Paul II, have called it a mirror of the Gospel. In 1988, carbon-14 dating by 3 labs dated the shroud to 1260, 1390 AD, suggesting a medieval origin. Yet believers point to details like pollen grains from 1st century Judea or the image's photographic negative quality discovered in 1898 as evidence of authenticity. The Vatican, which authorized the tests, remains guarded, with rumors of secret studies in its 85-kilometer apostolic archives, possibly detailing earlier analyses or conflicting findings. Why the secrecy? The archives, accessible only to a few scholars, are known for hiding sensitive truths, like the Chinon parchment or details of the 1922 financial crisis. If the shroud is a forgery, confirming it could shake the faith of millions. If authentic, it might demand a re-evaluation of doctrine or history. Documents from medieval popes or scientists, perhaps detailing early tests or provenance, could resolve the debate but risk controversy. The Vatican's cautious stance, seen in their handling of relics like St. Helena's remains, suggests they guard such secrets to balance faith and scrutiny. Let's think critically. The carbon-14 results are robust, but contested. Some argue repairs to the shroud skewed the dating. Studies, like those by chemist Raymond Rogers, suggest the tested sample was from a patched area, not the original cloth. Yet no definitive first-century evidence exists, and the image's creation-resisting replication by modern means remains unexplained. The Vatican's archives might hold clues, but their secrecy, as with the Nostradamus letter, fuels speculation. The broader context shows a church navigating faith and science, wary of relics' power to inspire or divide. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine the shroud in a Vatican vault, its image glowing with enigma. Why hide its secrets? To protect devotion or conceal a forgery? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a sacred shadow. Is the shroud Christ's true image? Next, the Vatican's hidden government. For now, close your eyes, envision that holy cloth, and ask yourself, what does it reveal? We're stepping behind the sacred veil of Vatican City to explore a hidden power structure that operates like a government in the shadows. Picture the Roman Curia, a complex web of departments and tribunals that runs the Catholic Church, managing everything from bishop appointments to doctrinal disputes. Often overlooked as mere bureaucracy, this institution is the Vatican's backbone, wielding influence far beyond spiritual matters. But its secretive operations, documented in the Vatican's 85-kilometer archives, raise questions about who truly holds the reins of power. As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Roman Curia, blending political intrigue with historical depth to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to uncover the Vatican's shadow government? Let's dive in. The Roman Curia, often compared to a cabinet for the Pope, is the administrative heart of the Catholic Church. Comprising 9 major congregations, 3 tribunals, and various offices, it handles tasks from canonizing saints to resolving grave sins through the apostolic penitentiary. Its oldest branch, the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, established in 1542 as the Roman Inquisition, guards the Church's teachings, once condemning heretics like Galileo, and more recently, overseeing cases like the 2013 French Freemason affair we discussed. The Curia's work is discreet, conducted behind Vatican walls, yet it shapes global Catholicism, selecting bishops, managing finances, and mediating with other faiths. Documents detailing its decisions, likely stored in the apostolic archives, are rarely public, fueling speculation about hidden agendas or power struggles within the Church. Why the secrecy? The archives, accessible only to a select few scholars, guard sensitive records, like those of the 1922 financial crisis or the Chinon parchment. The Curia's operations, from disciplining clergy to negotiating with governments, could reveal internal conflicts or compromises that undermine the Vatican's spiritual image. For instance, its role in the 1980s Banco Ambrosiano scandal, tied to mafia-linked financial dealings, suggests political maneuvering that the Church might prefer to keep buried. The Curia's influence, exercised quietly, contrasts with the Pope's public role, hinting at a shadow government that wields power without scrutiny. Let's think critically. The Curia's structure, formalized in the 16th century, is rooted in the Church's need to manage a global institution, as historian John O'Malley notes in A History of the Popes. Its secrecy is practical sensitive decisions, require discretion, but the lack of transparency, as seen in restricted archive access, fuels suspicion. Could documents reveal Curia involvement in modern scandals or historical power plays? The broader context shows a church balancing spiritual authority with political necessity, much like during the Reformation or the Viking alliances we explored. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine the Curia's offices, their desks piled with secret decrees, shaping the Church's path in silence. Why guard these records? To maintain unity or hide influence? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger, like a whispered counsel in the dark. Who really runs the Vatican? Next, the Vatican's mysterious wealth. For now, Close your eyes, envision those hidden offices, and ask yourself, what power lies behind the curia? We're stepping into a mystery that glitters with wealth and whispers of secrecy. Picture Vatican City, the world's smallest nation, yet a financial enigma with a fortune nobody can fully pin down. From ancient collections to modern investments, the Vatican's economy is a web of donations, real estate, and stocks, all shrouded in a veil of silence. Could their 85-kilometer apostolic archives hold records of hidden wealth or questionable deals, kept secret to protect their spiritual image? As you settle in for this 6-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Vatican's mysterious economy, blending financial intrigue with probing questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to peek into the Vatican's coffers? Let's dive in. The Vatican's wealth is a puzzle wrapped in a myth. Its largest revenue source is Peter's pence, a tradition dating back to the 8th century, where Catholics worldwide donate to support the Pope's mission. Every coin dropped into a church collection box might end up in Rome, fueling everything from charity to Vatican operations. Beyond this, the Vatican invests in stocks, bonds, and prime real estate, think luxury properties in London and Paris, or shares in major banks, as reported by financial analysts like Gerald Posner in God's Bankers. The Vatican museums, drawing millions of visitors yearly, generate hefty income from tickets and merchandise, while rare stamps and commemorative coins add to the pot. Yet exact figures are elusive. The Vatican releases limited financial reports, and under Pope Francis, reforms since 2013 have pushed for transparency, but stopped short of full disclosure. Why the secrecy? Perhaps to hide the true extent of their wealth, or past scandals, like the 1980s Banco Ambrosiano collapse, tied to mafia money laundering. The apostolic archives likely hold records of these financial dealings, from medieval donations to modern investments, but access is restricted to a few scholars. This secrecy, seen in cases like the 1922 financial crisis we explored, suggests the Vatican guards documents that could reveal uncomfortable truths, perhaps investments that skirted their ethical ban on industries like weapons or contraceptives. The Church's global reach, managing dioceses and missions worldwide, requires vast funds, but their opacity fuels speculation about hidden fortunes or illicit gains. Let's think critically. The Vatican's wealth, estimated in the billions, is plausible given its history and global influence, but hard evidence is scarce. Their investments, guided by ethical principles, align with Catholic teachings, yet scandals like Banco Ambrosiano show a darker side. The archive's restricted access, mirroring the secrecy around the Chinon parchment, suggests they might conceal records of financial missteps or foreign influence, like the American aid in 1922. The broader context reveals a church balancing spiritual authority with economic necessity, a tension that's persisted since the Papal States' loss in 1870. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine Vatican accountants tallying secret fortunes in torchlit halls. Why hide their wealth? To maintain humility or conceal power? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a golden coin in the dark. How rich is the Vatican really? We're stepping into a clash that shook the foundations of science and faith. Picture 1633, Rome, where Galileo Galilei, the brilliant astronomer, stands before the Roman Inquisition, accused of heresy for daring to claim the Earth orbits the Sun. His trial, a pivotal moment in the battle between reason and religion, was documented in records hidden for centuries in the Vatican's vast archives, only partially revealed to the world. It wasn't until 1992 that the Church admitted its error, but what secrets about this trial remain locked away? As you settle in for this 5-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of Galileo's trial, blending scientific drama with Vatican intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a truth that cost a genius his freedom? Let's dive in. Galileo Galilei, armed with his telescope, revolutionized astronomy by supporting Copernicus's heliocentric theory, which placed the Sun, not the Earth, at the universe's center. His 1632 book, dialogue concerning the two chief world systems, presented this idea through a fictional debate, but the Church, wedded to the geocentric view of Ptolemy and Scripture, saw it as a direct challenge. On the 12th of April, 1633, Galileo faced the Inquisition, accused of defying a 1616 edict banning heliocentric teachings. Under threat of torture, he recanted, sentenced to house arrest for life. He spent his final years in isolation, his work suppressed, his legacy tarnished. The trial records, stored in the Vatican's 85-kilometer apostolic archives, were kept secret for centuries, revealing a church more concerned with authority than truth. Why hide these records? The archives, accessible only to select scholars, guard sensitive documents, like the Sion parchment or the 1922 financial crisis papers. Galileo's trial exposed the Vatican's fear of ideas that challenged biblical literalism, and releasing the full records could have highlighted their error sooner, weakening their moral credibility. The 1992 apology by Pope John Paul II, admitting the Church's mistake, came 359 years later, suggesting a reluctance to confront this historical misstep. Could other trial documents, perhaps detailing internal debates or papal pressures, still be concealed to avoid further scrutiny? Let's think critically. Galileo's conviction, detailed in records like those cited by historian Annibale Fantoli, was driven by theological rigidity and political context. The Reformation had already fractured the Church's authority. The heliocentric theory wasn't just science. It threatened a worldview upheld by Scripture. Yet Galileo, a devout Catholic, argued his findings glorified God's creation. The Vatican's secrecy, seen in cases like the Shroud of Turin, suggests they guard such records to control narrative. The broader context shows a church struggling to reconcile faith with emerging science, a tension still relevant today. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine Galileo before stern inquisitors, his truth silenced in a Vatican vault. Why hide the trial's full story? To protect doctrine or conceal shame? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a starlit sky. Could the Vatican still guard Galileo's secrets? We're blasting off into a cosmic mystery that ties the Vatican to the stars. Picture a quiet observatory atop a hill in Castel Gandolfo, Italy, where Jesuit priests peer through telescopes, studying galaxies and pondering life beyond Earth. Since 1891, the Vatican Observatory has explored the universe, but whispers suggest its 85-kilometer apostolic archives hide records of unexplained phenomena, perhaps even UFOs or ancient celestial sightings. Could the Church, guardian of faith, hold secrets about our place in the cosmos? As you settle in for this 5-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Vatican's space research, blending science with intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore what the Vatican knows about the stars? Let's dive in. The Vatican Observatory, founded by Pope Leo XIII in 1891, is one of the world's oldest astronomical institutions, with roots tracing back to the 16th century reform of the Julian calendar. From its base in Castel Gandolfo and a research center in Arizona, Jesuit astronomers like Father George Coyne and Father Guy Consolmagno study meteorites, galaxies, and the origins of the universe. They collaborate with NASA and the European Space Agency, hosting conferences on astrobiology and extraterrestrial life. In 2008, Father Jose Gabriel Funes, then director, made headlines by suggesting aliens could be brothers in faith, hinting at the Church's openness to cosmic life. Yet rumors persist that the archives, accessible only to select scholars, hold records of unexplained sightings, medieval accounts of fiery wheels, or Renaissance reports of strange objects, possibly linked to the 1930s Magenta UFO crash we discussed earlier. Why keep such records secret? The Vatican's archives are known for guarding sensitive truths, like the Sion parchment or Galileo's trial records. Documents about cosmic phenomena could challenge Catholic doctrine, which centers humanity in God's creation. Confirming extraterrestrial life might spark theological debates about salvation or divine purpose, so the Church may conceal such records to maintain stability. Their cautious approach, seen in their handling of the Shroud of Turin, suggests a desire to control narratives that blend faith and science. Let's think critically. The observatory's work is transparent, with published research and public conferences, but the archive's secrecy fuels speculation. No concrete evidence supports claims of UFO documents, and medieval sightings could be misinterpretations of natural phenomena, as historian David Winker notes. Yet the Vatican's history of withholding truths, like those from the 1922 financial crisis, suggests they might guard cosmic records to avoid controversy. The broader context shows a church embracing sciences, supporting the Big Bang Theory, while carefully managing its implications. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine Jesuit priests scanning the heavens, their findings locked in a Vatican vault. Why hide cosmic secrets? To protect faith, or conceal truths we're not ready for? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like starlight in the dark. Could the Vatican know we're not alone? Next, medieval popes wielding immense power. For now, close your eyes, envision those starry archives, and ask yourself, what do they see in the cosmos? We're stepping into the turbulent heart of the Middle Ages, where popes weren't just spiritual leaders, but wielded power rivaling kings. Picture the 11th to 13th centuries, a time when the Vatican was a political juggernaut, with figures like Gregory VII and Innocent III bending monarchs to their will through excommunication and intrigue. Documents from these reigns, tucked away in the Vatican's 85-kilometer apostolic archives, reveal a church that shaped Europe's destiny, but also a darker side of ambition and abuse. Why are some of these records still hidden? As you settle in for this 5-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of medieval popes and power, blending epic history with shadowy questions to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a church that ruled like an empire? Let's dive in. In the Middle Ages, popes claimed to be successors of St. Peter, wielding supreme spiritual authority, but their influence often extended to politics. Pope Gregory VII, reigning from 1073 to 1085, sparked the investiture controversy with his Dictatus Papae, a bold decree asserting that only the Pope could appoint bishops, challenging Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV. This led to a dramatic standoff, with Henry begging forgiveness in the snow at Canossa in 1077, as chronicled by historian Norman Cantor. By the 13th century, Pope Innocent III elevated papal power to its peak, using excommunication to force kings like England's Joan into submission, as seen in his 1213 surrender to avoid a mass ban. These acts, recorded in the Vatican's archives, show a church acting as an uncrowned ruler, but also reveal abuse crusades and heresy trials often served political ends, like seizing the Knights Templar's wealth, as we discussed earlier. Why guard these records? The archives, accessible only to select scholars, hold sensitive documents that could expose the Church's political machinations. Letters and decrees from figures like Innocent III might reveal collusion with monarchs or financial motives behind holy wars, tarnishing the Vatican's spiritual image. The Church's history of secrecy, seen with the Chinon parchment's 700-year concealment, suggests they hide records to maintain an aura of divine authority. Could documents detailing these power plays still be locked away, too controversial to release? Let's think critically. The Vatican's archives, as historian John O'Malley notes, document a church balancing faith and power, but their secrecy fuels suspicion. While some records, like those accessed by 19th century scholar Ludwig Pastor, have shed light on papal politics, many remain restricted. The broader context shows a medieval church shaping Europe's culture and politics, but also sowing seeds for the Reformation's rebellion against its excesses. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine medieval popes in grand councils, their decrees shaping kingdoms, now sealed in Vatican vaults. Why hide these truths? To preserve sanctity or conceal ambition? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a papal edict in the dark. What power did these popes wield? We're stepping into a seismic rift that fractured Christianity forever. Picture the 16th of July, 1054, when the Eastern and Western churches, led by Constantinople and Rome, hurl excommunications at each other, splitting Christendom into Catholic and Orthodox branches. This great schism, rooted in power struggles and doctrinal disputes, left scars still felt today, with secret documents in the Vatican's 85-kilometer apostolic archives hinting at failed attempts to heal the divide. Why are these records hidden? As you settle in for this 5-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Byzantine Church schism, blending epic history with Vatican intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore a fracture that reshaped faith? Let's dive in. The schism of 1054 wasn't a sudden break, but the climax of centuries of tension. When Constantinople became the new Rome in the 4th century, it shifted Christianity's power eastward, with the Eastern Church embracing Greek culture while Rome clung to Latin traditions. Disputes over the Nicene Creed, specifically the Western edition of "And from the Son," filioque ignited theological battles. Rome's popes claimed universal authority, while Constantinople's patriarchs saw the Pope as a symbolic head, not a ruler. By 1054, tensions boiled over. Pope Leo IX sent a delegation to Constantinople to assert Rome's supremacy, but Patriarch Michael Cerularius responded by closing Latin churches. Mutual excommunications followed, splitting Christianity. The Vatican's archives hold letters, council records, and ritual notes from this era, many still unreleased, revealing the depth of this divide. Why hide these documents? The archives, accessible only to select scholars, guard sensitive truths, like the Chinon parchment or Galileo's trial records. Releasing records of the schism could expose papal overreach or failed reconciliation attempts, like those at the 1274 Council of Lyon or 1439 Council of Florence, where agreements faltered under Orthodox resistance. Such revelations might reignite tensions or question the Church's claim to unity. Let's think critically. The schism's causes are well documented by historians like Stephen Runciman, but the Vatican's secrecy suggests they hold compromising details, perhaps concessions offered or rejected. The 1964 meeting between Pope Paul VI and Patriarch Athenagoras I, revoking the excommunications, shows progress, yet sensitive modern documents remain guarded. The broader context reveals a church navigating power and faith, wary of revisiting past divisions. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine envoys exchanging fiery letters, their words locked in Vatican vaults. Why conceal this rift? To preserve unity or hide failures? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a cathedral's echo. Could these documents heal or deepen the divide? We're stepping into a tale of intrigue that feels like a cloak and dagger saga. Picture 1773, when Pope Clement XIV issues a decree dissolving the Jesuit order, a group of priests known for their intellect and loyalty to the Vatican. Branded as too powerful by Europe's monarchs, the Jesuits were accused of conspiracy, yet whispers suggest they continued their work in secret, with the Vatican's blessing. Could the apostolic archives, spanning 85 kilometers, hold records of their clandestine activities, hidden to protect the Church's image? As you settle in for this 5-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the Jesuits' secret activities, blending espionage with historical depth to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to uncover the Vatican's hidden operatives? Let's dive in. Founded in 1540 by Saint Oblede, Ignatius of Loyola, the Jesuits, or Society of Jesus, were the Vatican's intellectual elite, running schools like the Gregorian University and advising kings. Their influence, however, made enemies. By the 18th century, monarchs like Portugal's King José I and France's Louis XV saw them as threats. Accusing them of plots, Portugal linked them to a 1,000 758 assassination attempt. In 1773, Clement XIV's bull Dominus et Redemptor dissolved the order, but in Prussia and Russia, rulers like Frederick II allowed Jesuits to operate quietly, valuing their educational prowess. Historians like Sabina Pavone suggest the Vatican may have secretly supported these underground activities, using envoys or spies to maintain contact. Documents in the archives, restricted to a few scholars, could reveal these covert operations, showing a church defying its own decree. Why hide such records? The Vatican's secrecy, seen in cases like the Sion parchment or the 1922 financial crisis, protects its image. Exposing Jesuit activities could reveal a church bending its own rules, risking scandal. Let's think critically. The Jesuits' survival in non-Catholic regions is documented, but evidence of Vatican coordination is speculative. The archives likely hold correspondence from this period, but their inaccessibility fuels theories of a shadow network. The broader context shows a church navigating political pressures, much like during the Byzantine Schism. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine Jesuit priests in secret missions, their orders locked in Vatican vaults. Why conceal their work? To preserve authority or hide defiance? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a whispered vow. Did the Jesuits operate in the shadows? We're stepping into a haunting practice that blends reverence with the macabre. Picture the Vatican, guardian of Catholic faith, preserving the bodies of saints to inspire devotion, their remains displayed in glass caskets as eternal symbols of holiness. From St. John the 23 to the failed attempt with Pius XII, these mummified relics, some hidden in the Vatican's vast collections, raise questions about what secrets the Church keeps about its sacred dead. As you settle in for this 5-minute journey, let's unravel the mystery of the mummification of saints, blending spiritual awe with eerie intrigue to keep you pondering as you drift towards sleep. Are you ready to explore the Vatican's preserved saints? Let's dive in. The Catholic Church has long venerated relics, believing they connect the faithful to divine grace. Since at least the Middle Ages, the Vatican has preserved the bodies of at least 31 saints, using techniques to halt decomposition for public display. One striking example is Pope John the 23, who died in 1963, when exhumed in 2001 for placement in a glass casket in St. 23 Peter's Basilica. His body was remarkably intact, his face serene, hands resting peacefully as if he'd just passed. The Vatican never confirmed mummification, but experts like Elizabeth Harper suggest chemical treatments were likely used. In contrast, Pope Pius XII's 1958 preservation was a disastrous body, mishandled during embalming, decomposed rapidly during public viewing, with his nose falling off and a stench overwhelming guards, forcing an early end to the funeral. These relics, some stored in the 85-kilometer Apostolic Archives or Vatican museums, are rarely discussed, hinting at secrets about their creation or authenticity. Why the secrecy? The archives, accessible only to select scholars, guard sensitive records, like those of the Sion parchment or the 1922 financial crisis. Documents on mummification could reveal errors, like Pius XII's failure, or questionable methods, risking scandal. Preserving saints reinforces faith but invites scrutiny over authenticity, especially in a scientific age. Let's think critically. While John the 23's preservation is documented, the lack of transparency about techniques mirrors the Vatican's handling of relics like the Shroud of Turin. The broader context shows a church using relics to draw pilgrims, yet wary of exposing their human flaws. As you lie there, letting this mystery unfold, imagine a Vatican crypt where saintly bodies rest in eternal vigil. Why hide their preservation secrets? To protect devotion or conceal failures? As you drift towards sleep, let these questions linger like a sacred glow. What do these relics hide? For now, close your eyes, envision those preserved saints, and ask yourself, why guard their secrets? Let this mystery guide you into a curious, shadowy slumber. You're tuned into Mystery History for Sleep, where we've journeyed through the shadows of history to uncover secrets that ignite your curiosity and guide you into a restless, dreamy slumber. I'm Mr. H, and tonight we've spent over 3 hours unraveling the Vatican's darkest mysterious labyrinth of hidden truths that challenge everything we thought we knew about faith, power, and history. From the shocking theory that Jesus survived the crucifixion to whispers of a UFO hidden in Vatican vaults, from the lost menorah of the Jewish temple to the forbidden Grand Grimoire, we've explored a world where popes wielded power like kings, relics held sacred sway, and secret codes shaped empires. The Vatican, this tiny city-state, stands as a fortress of secrets, guarding documents and artifacts that could rewrite our understanding of the past. As you lie there, wrapped in the quiet of the night, let's reflect on these mysteries and what they mean for the truths we hold dear. Are you ready to carry these questions into your dreams? Each story we've uncovered tonight, from the tragic disappearance of Emanuela Orlandi to Michelangelo's stolen letters, from the Viking king's secret deals to the African pope's forgotten legacy, pushes us to question the narratives we've been taught. The Vatican's 85-kilometer archives, locked away from all but a few, hold clues to a history far more complex than the Church lets on. Why do they guard these secrets so fiercely? Is it to protect the faith of billions, to preserve their authority, or to hide truths that could shake the foundations of our world? The Christ myth theory asks if Jesus was a man or a myth. The Shroud of Turin challenges us to weigh science against belief. The Knights Templar's absolution reveals a church swayed by politics. These aren't just stories, they're invitations to think deeper, to challenge the official version of history, and to seek the truth beneath the surface. As you drift towards sleep, let these mysteries linger like whispers in a cathedral. Imagine those hidden vaults, filled with scrolls, relics, and codes, each holding a piece of a puzzle we may never fully solve. What resonates with you most? The idea of a female pope erased from history? The possibility of extraterrestrial secrets? Or the haunting plea of a queen unanswered by the Vatican? These questions aren't just for tonight, they're for you to carry forward, to discuss with friends, to debate in the quiet corners of your mind. I want to hear your thoughts. Drop a comment below and tell me which secret shocked you most, or share your own theories about what the Vatican hides. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss a journey with Mystery History for Sleep. Share this video on social media, spark a conversation, or dive into a forum to keep these mysteries alive. Next time, we'll explore the lost cities of Atlantis and beyond. Could the Vatican know their fate? For now, close your eyes, let the Vatican secrets swirl in your dreams, and ask yourself, what truths are still out there? Sleep well, and keep questioning the unknown.